sure that they um, so we are live, I'm sure, and it's good to know that we are back. Today is Sunday. um, Hartley, I'm so happy that we're both here, that we can have discussion that is going to help in uplifting our Dominican people, those who are tuned and those who are actually looking at us. And first of all, Wednesday coming, Wednesday coming is confirmation day, where people who have been on the voters list, they they will be going to their various confirmation centers and to ensure that their names are there, and they would be able to um, confirm. That's a big day. Many people are elated. There are some people who requested of it and are not so very happy of the present day, Wednesday, in reference to people having to confirm the names and to be again placed on the fresh voter ID, fresh voters list.
Yeah, well, in the news, the Electoral Commission of Dominica has announced that the long awaited voters' confirmation process will officially begin on October the 15th, 2025, marking a significant milestone in the country's ongoing journey towards electoral reform and modernization.
Mm-hmm.
During a press conference on October 6, Chairman of the Electoral Commission, Duncan Stool, stated that the Commission's mission has always been clear: to modernize the electoral process, making it transparent, inclusive, efficient, and credible. And I quote, "We have sought to enhance transparency, build trust, embrace the responsible use of technology, and ensure that the system works fairly for every Dominican," he stated. Stowe explained that since the passage of the electoral reform legislation earlier this year, the Commission has been working diligently to optimize the reform, training personnel, strengthening system, and preparing for full implementation. I quote, "It has not been without challenges," he admitted, "but progress has been steady and determined. Today we announce that we are ready to begin the confirmation process from October the 15th, 2025.
And what I'm happy about is the officers, the confirmation officers, they have been trained. I think the continuous training until Wednesday, where they actually officially will start from 8 o'clock. And they will be actually assisting, that I can say, in ensuring that people will be confirmed. I can tell you, for the three Rosos, Roso Central has MO1, MO2, MO3, MO4, MO5, MO6, MO7. These are the districts in which the people are supposed to go and vote. All right? But I just want to say to you that people who are in MO1, MO2, MO3 in the Roso Central area, people who are in MO1 Roso, MO2 Roso, MO3 Roso, they will go to the electoral office for their confirmation. They will meet a confirmation officer there. I think the confirmation officers might be Magdalene Moranci and Daniel Hippolyte. I think these officers will be at the electoral office, and MO4, MO5, MO6, MO7 will be at the house of Anne-Marie Clark. Anne-Marie Clark lives next to the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, the sister of Cecil Clark. We will for sure remember that the office of electoral of the elderly was there once upon a time. So it's downstairs of the home of the Clark's family. So it's adjacent to Campbell's place on Bath Road. So it's very easy to find Anne-Marie Clark, and she's also one of the officers. So Anne-Marie Clark is also one of the officers. And you have also, for that area, you have Hannah Drygo, you have Alia Julian, and you have Wendy Copel. So for those persons in NO4, NO5, NO6 and NO7, they have to go to do the confirmation at the house of Anne-Marie Clark, and they should be able to meet Wendy Copel. I think that's Wendy Copel, Hannah Drygo, and Alia Julian. Now, that is for the people in the Roseau Central constituency.
Let me take the Roseau North.
Right.
The Roseau North, I think is number 1.
NO1.
NO1, the Pottersville. That's Pottersville, the Red Cross building.
Mm-hmm.
NO2, Lower Goodwill, the Red Cross building. NO3, Lower Goodwill, Red Cross building. NO4, Goodwill, Louisville, the Red Cross building. Gotha, Goodwill, Red Cross building. Foncole, Mont Daniel, Foncole Improvement Center.
Stock Farm also.
Right? And NO7,
So-
Stock Farm.
So, right.
Foncole Improvement Center.
So let's take that again.
So you can take it to remind it.
Okay, Roseau North, NO, there are 7 NOs, 7 districts. NO1, NO2, NO3, NO4, NO5, NO6, and NO7. So Roseau North. So Roseau North, NO1, Pottersville. Your confirmation center will be at the Red Cross building. NO2, Lower Goodwill. Those of us who are voting in the areas, we will know what is meant by Lower Goodwill. It is also at the Red Cross building. NO3, Lower Goodwill. Also, you have the Red Cross building. And NO4, which will be Goodwill, which will include that of Santa Roma. So all Santa Roma Federation Drive, this area there. From the roundabout. Louisville, those of us who know where Louisville is on the other side of the constituency, closer to the Silver Lake area. So it's between Silver Lake, Louisville is between Silver Lake and Palm Grove. So the people of Louisville, they have to go to the Red Cross building to be confirmed. That is people in NO4. NO5, it is Gotha and Goodwill. So we know Gotha, all the people in the Gotha area that know that they voted in the Gotha area, because normally these people would vote at the school, the Goodwill school. So these people, for the confirmation center, they will go to the Red Cross building. So everybody who are voting from the Gotha area and the Goodwill area, you have Lower Goodwill and you have the Goodwill area. So I suspect the Goodwill area they're talking about Libla Lane, Didier Lane, Rawls Lane. That area is called Goodwill. So that area will go to the Red Cross building. So everybody in Gotha, Didier Lane, Libla Lane, Rawls Lane, Benjamin Lane, Jolly Lane, all of these people will go to the Red Cross building. Now, NO5, as I said, is Gotha and Goodwill. NO6. NO6 is Fonkole. We know Fonkole is very big. So you have Fonkole to include asphalt for persons in the asphalt area. There's an area just above the Josephine Gabriel and Company building. Above there, it's called asphalt. So the asphalt building, Fonkole, Mont Daniel, and Stock Farm. So NO6 is Fonkole, Mont Daniel. So NO6 is Fonkole and Mont Daniel. And NO7 is Stock Farm. So Stock Farm would include, Stock Farm, we know, Fonkole Improvement Center. That's where people go and do their confirmation. So you have Stock Farm, and also to the NO, I should say, the Roseau South area. You have the Roseau South area?
No, Roseau South. So you can explain. Let me just tell you what Roseau South is. 001, which is Center Kings Hill, Newtown Innovation Hub. 002, Newtown Innovation Hub.
It's not 0, it's O. Right.
003.
Right.
Newtown Innovation Hub.
Mm-hmm.
004, Newtown Innovation Hub.
Mm-hmm.
05, Eggleston, Newtown Innovation Hub. 06, Girondale,
006.
Newtown Innovation Hub. 007, Loubier Village Council Office. 008, Bathestate, Roseau Primary School. And 009, Emsall, Roseau Primary School.
So which means the Newtown area is a
very big area.
Very big area. So let's take it again for persons who...
Right. For people, for education. Roseau South. 001, Kings Hill, Newtown Innovation Hub. 002, Newtown Innovation Hub. 003, Newtown Innovation Hub. 004, Newtown Innovation Hub. 005, Eggleston, Newtown Innovation Hub. 006, Girondale, Newtown Innovation Hub. 007, Loubier Village Office. 008, Bathestate, Roseau Primary School. And 009, Emsall, Roseau Primary School.
Right.
So these are the three areas I would deal with for tonight.
For tonight, and if they want any other area, they can get it on the... They can get it from the Chronicle?
They can go to the Chronicle, and it's Friday, the 10th of October, 2025. Notice a list of voters' confirmation centers. It's all there in the New Chronicle for this week. And
I think DBS Radio themselves will be doing it all week to inform people as to where your center. And you realize that we're saying confirmation centers. We're not saying polling centers. We're saying confirmation centers.
List of voters confirmation centers.
That's important.
That's the notice.
It's not for you to go. It's not for persons who want to change their voters area. It's not for persons to register. It's not for re-registration. It's not for registration. Okay, it's not for re-registration. It is not for registration. Re-registration deals with if you are registered already and you want to transfer your vote to somewhere else. The re-registration, wherever you're residing, you would have to get the evidence and the proof that you're residing there to do your transfer.
But this is very important in terms of educating the masses as to their right, your democratic right. Because I always say, if you don't go to vote, then whatever is taking place, you don't have a say.
And so it's important to note, listeners and viewers, that on Wednesday, the 15th of October, will be the start of the process of the confirmation. All right? So you just have to go, and you have to go with a passport. A passport, for those persons who have a passport, a driver's license, or a Dominican Social Security card.
An updated
one that's not expired. Because remember, your Social Security card has an expired
Every day.
date.
Yes.
So I just want to inform people that that are going to confirm on Wednesday from 8 that you are only entitled to bring a passport or
Your driver's
license,
updated
driver's license,
right.
or
Your
a social security which is not expired. So what you got to do, you bring this, and the officer, the confirmation officer, will identify you through your picture, and the rest will be done by the confirmation officer. That's not our duty. So on your arrival, with your witness, you go to the confirmation center, and you will do what is due to you, and that is to tell the officer, here is my passport, here is my social security, here is my
one of those,
whichever you have with you,
yes.
that you got to bring it, and to confirm that you are that individual to be placed on the list. And I think it is said that every month, subject to correction, but I'm told every month that the list of the confirmation
will be posted.
Names will be posted. So you can go and find out if your name is on that list. And from what I understood, that the confirmation officer cannot ask you where you're from, where you're living. You're coming to confirm, and you will go with your confirmation document as a means to state that this is who you are, and the process will go through. The probability, who knows, the confirmation officer may have the concerns, and that will be left for the confirmation officers.
Right. So we're just giving the education, and we've started the process. And Cecil, I know that DBS will play its part in informing the nation during the course of the week. Many persons are coming home as well for the World Creole Festival and their independence celebration. So that education is pretty important to let the public know, so that there is a level of transparency. That's the whole business of that education. So I just thought we would just introduce that as part of the education process.
And that's important, so people who are actually coming home, I know before some persons wanted the electoral office to visit huge cities of the world, but Parliament has decided for the act in Parliament that if you come home, you can come home for the World Creole Music Festival, you can come home for Independence, you can come for Christmas, you can come for Carnival, you can come home for Easter, you can come home for vacation, whatever brings you back home, for a funeral, your mom sick, dad sick, whoever you are, and you are on the electoral list to vote. It's your right between now and the next year to find yourself. It's 1 year in the first instance to find yourself to be confirmed, not to be registered, to be confirmed. Let's see what that person has to say first to us. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Patrick. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Let me tell you, you have to take up by vote in one district to bring in another one. How are you going to do that?
You cannot, the confirmation process is not re-registration. The confirmation process is for you to go wherever you were voting before. So where you voted in 2019, you have the right to go to that polling district to get yourself confirmed. And there is no, at this time, there's no re-registration or no registration as we speak.
Okay.
I hope you understand what I said.
Yes, I understand it.
Okay. So wherever you voted, if you voted in Portsmouth, you have to return to Portsmouth to confirm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope that if anyone else has a question, they can maybe call us. We'll give them another few minutes.
Before
Yeah.
we go. Yeah, well, I'm very happy that this is taking place because you want to educate the masses as to their rights under the Constitution.
That's correct. We have been hearing quite a lot of calls in the past about cleaning the list, to do this, to do that. The process has started, or is starting, on the 15th of October. Just a few days from now, today is the 12th. 3 days from now, we will be having the process ongoing for 1 year.
For 1 year.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Cecil, I'm very happy that we're able to transmit and to give you the information once again. DBS will be announcing it. And you can go to the New Chronicle this week for the list of voters confirmation center. It's the notice. So go there and you'll get more information. So it's not Cecil or me telling you that. You can go there and you'll see the whole notice that has been published.
Another person wants to speak to us on the line. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, I see a question I would like to ask. The reason is this: why some people like to confuse ourselves and give people bad information? Because we asked for electoral reform. No electoral reform is coming. So why are we going and give people bad information and say that the government trying to steal the election? The election have not even called.
Well, I'm not into that, my caller. What we're doing here tonight is to inform people so that they can be educated and know where their stations are. Okay?
Well, what I myself is saying, Mr. Cecil, I am ready to get involved in the reconfirmation process to make sure all my friends, all my people, to make sure that they reconfirm.
Thank you.
And I'm always saying the same stick that you use to beat the donkey up the hill is the same stick that going to use to beat the donkey down the hill.
Always going on a tangent.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
We're just informing the nation.
Yes, we're just doing that. That's not a place. We're not into politics in this. We're just here to inform you. And as the public, that the places that you are supposed to be. We have done the Roseau Central, Roseau North, and Roseau South. Thus far.
So far.
As we said, you can go to the newspaper, the Chronicle, and you can get that information. And DBS themselves will be making that available to you during the week.
And I guess you can go to your your electronic systems.
Yes,
it will be published there as well, so you can see for yourself.
Yes.
Cecil, quite a bit has been happening, especially as it regards what we saw this week. In terms of the Rosie Douglas Memorial, which was held on Friday.
Yes.
How did it go?
Well, I can tell you, the Honorable Prime Minister sat with the son of of Rosie Douglas, Bihanzin, Tiani Bihanzin, in putting together a very good program and to solidify the celebration of that talk that we had recently.
The political icon, Rosie Douglas.
And so on Wednesday, was it Wednesday? Thursday. It was on Thursday. We went to the grounds of in Hampstead where the Douglases are buried. So Rosie is buried there. His father is buried there. His mom is buried there, and a sister of his is buried there. I'm not so sure if Mark was buried there, but I know that RBD, the mom, Michael Douglas, Rosie Douglas, and the sister, who was the nun.
The nun, yeah, I know.
Yeah, buried there. We had in the presence of the dignitaries. We had Mr. Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ralph Gonzalez, who laid a wreath on the tomb of Rosie Douglas, a good friend of his. They've been many places together. And also he laid one on the tomb of the sister who was a nun in St. Vincent who died in Barbados in an accident, and also took the opportunity to put one on the grave of Mike Douglas and the parent of Mike and Rosie. It was a sterling moment, a good presentation of the reefs by Ralph Gonzalez and the acting Prime Minister of Dominica. It was Grant, Fidel Grant was the acting Prime Minister at that time who did it. The president of the party was also present, and a few other members of cabinet and that of the executive of the Labour Party.
Good. I also heard a very, very, it was a great message, presentation, but he's really an intellectual. He knows politics. Ralph really gave, boy, it was a classic.
Outside of knowing politics, Ralph and Rosie, they were together. It was four of them. It was Ralph, Ralph from St. Vincent, Team Hector from Antigua, George Odlum from St. Lucia, and Rosie Douglas from Dominica. Rosie became the first in 2000 to become Prime Minister of Dominica, to become a Prime Minister, and then Ralph became Prime Minister of St. Vincent. Tim and George Odlum, they were not able to become, but they played a meaningful role in the Caribbean development of creating serious awareness of black people in and around the region.
That's correct.
And as you heard from Ralph, he gave stories of Rosie Douglas in all parts of the world. The things that they did, the things that they said, how they were able to work themselves in ensuring that today people have a better life, a better understanding. The cry of apartheid, what they did to break down apartheid. So they played a meaningful role. And as we all know, the only one standing today is Ralph.
Ralph Gonzalez. So he was very good, very, very dynamic. His memory is still extremely good. And he was very eloquent as I listened to him. It was an education itself.
And what was very good in his education was to give us the understanding of what Rosie meant, what Rosie did, and what today is happening in the government from the understanding of what Rosie himself would have wanted. So the whole issue of housing, the whole issue of health, the whole issue of helping people, all of this, Ralph was able to tie it well, to talk about the European Union, to make us understand what Rosie meant when he spoke about getting Guadeloupe and Martinique together for us to be able to be members of the European Union. He gave a clarity on that issue on Thursday night. And I must say, even listening to the acting Prime Minister, Grant, he too gave a sterling contribution of the life of Rosie and was able to link the life of Rosie to what is presently happening today in the government. We heard also the son of Rosie, Bihanzin. He too was able to give a fair account of his father's life, the things that he saw his father did and what his father meant when he did what he did.
That was interesting. Well, just turning the pages now, things are happening fast and furious around us in terms of hearing that we're hearing in the news now the situation as it relates to Israel and the Palestinians and Hamas. We're hearing that in the news in terms of, I saw the Israelis, some of them were celebrating, I saw some footage in the news. So that deal was put forward by the President of the United States, Donald Trump. And how has that been going so far?
What I can say is the current situation regarding the Gaza and Israel conflict that started way back in 2023. As of October 2025, the following things were done. One, that the war began, as we know, as I said, on the 7th of October 2023. and with a large-scale attack by Hamas on Israel. We remember that.
Yeah.
We all need to remember that.
A few years ago.
That in 2023, 7th of
yeah.
October, that the Hamas, the group, were able to have a large-scale attack on Israel, leading to significant casualties. We all remember that casualty and hostages taken by Hamas. So I just want us to have the balance of this discussion. And Israel responded with military operations in Gaza. You remember right after when that happened that the Israelites really responded, and including ground invasions and airstrikes targeting Hamas and the areas in northern Gaza. So we will all remember that, those of us who are following news. And by October 2025, we have heard that over 67,000 people in Gaza have been killed. 67,000 have been killed, and around 169,000 injured, with more than 90% of the Gaza houses or housing units actually damaged or destroyed. It's quite a lot. And the population of Gaza has decreased due to the casualty and displacement of these people. And so when we look at what's going on, we also know that Israel or the Israelis forces control approximately 53% of Gaza as early as October 2025. So 53%, we know that the Israelites are strong in that, with ongoing military operation and blockage of causing severe humanitarian issues, including shortage of food, also medical supplies and AIDS, and a number of other things, is going on in that process. In October, as we know, we are in October, we're talking about what actually went on. A ceasefire was reached. That's the important part. That's what we're talking about. A ceasefire was reached, and with Israel putting its troops back behind the agreed lines. So Donald Trump spoke to them about the agreed lines, so to create that ceasefire. So that was done, allowing displaced families to return to some of the areas, which is important because quite a number of people, 169,000 people have been moved, and they are saying in that they are requesting from the ceasefire to allow that the Israelites stay behind the agreed line, so that they can allow families to return to their homes, and to plan hostage release. So whichever sides are having hostage, they are also within that period plan for hostage release, and that is on the way. The ceasefire intense negotiation with the U.S. So the U.S. is actually playing a meaningful role in that. So despite the ceasefire, the situation still remains fragile. Don't fool yourself. The Israelites not easy. So they will ensure that certain things will be looked at, and talks are now becoming more complex. So if you look at your television, you'll see that the talks are becoming more complex. They're having talks about disarmament and a long-term peace resolution. That for sure have been postponed for now. For the meantime, they have postponed those peace talk. So it's not
very fluid. It's still ongoing.
Right. Very fluid. And I can tell you, taking into consideration that the ceasefire agreement structure in multiple phases.
Okay.
So when you listen to the news, they tell you that the ceasefire agreement is structured
right
in various phases, and I'll tell you some of the phases. Phase 1, 1 , 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 1 would involve a 72-hour period of Hamas to release living Israelites hostages. All the hostages that are alive, they're saying to the people of Hamas that you have to release them in 72 hours. Starting with children, women, the elderly, and female soldiers. All right, so that is something that we must take note of. They also said that in that phase, it will also involve some civilian men with health issues. You know that some people are very sick in that whole process, and they are on the other side of the border. So the Americans, through their negotiation, is asking that they would look at the civilian men with these health issues. And Israel would have to, in return, release up to about 1,904 Palestinians.
Wow.
So 1,904 people from Palestine. And they would be security prisoners.
Okay.
These are people that they are talking about, including some serving life sentence. So the Israelites have to release the men and women that they have that would be placed for life sentences. Also, there will be an exchange of deceased bodies from both sides. So if they have any dead bodies, they would have to do an exchange on both sides. Israelites will allow humanitarian aid into Gaza. That for me is very important, because we are seeing every day on the television some of the situations that are fluid.
Can you notice that the Israelis themselves, some time back, a flotilla,
yes,
ships bringing food.
Yeah, they're bringing some foods in. Yeah, that's good.
And the Israelis boarded the ships.
Yes.
That was in, sometime last week.
And at the same time, in the agreement, they are saying to you that they would require trucks to do some delivery of foods to the people. So it's important. So the peace agreement seems like something is actually about to happen.
Okay.
And that is good. So we're gonna see foods, fuel, and medical supplies will be sent to the people in Palestine on a daily basis. All right. And Israel will begin withdrawing their troops, but will maintain control of about 53% of Gaza.
Wow.
But can you imagine? They're still going to be responsible for 53% of Gaza.
Land, yeah.
And they're saying that they will withdraw their troops from Gaza.
So that's very interesting.
That is interesting to me.
My very last story before we go into our local thing, quickly. What is the latest that you're hearing, and that's close to home, in terms of Venezuela as it relates to the United States and Grenada? What are you hearing there about Grenada?
Well, I did an interview with Ralph Gonzalez, knowing that Grenada is closer to St. Vincent, and Ralph gave me a diplomatic answer, but as Prime Minister of St. Vincent, I expect. But I reading into this, I don't think the Americans are very serious. The Americans are trying to place some kind of fear to the Venezuelans, and so they are pretending to speak, or pretending that they will speak with the Grenadian Authority
over the Port Saline Airport.
Oh,
You know that.
yes,
You know that's
that's very sensitive
a very sensitive issue in terms of that airport was constructed
by the Cubans,
by the revolutionaries,
by the Cubans, right?
the Cubans
yeah.
and the Grenadian Revolution.
Yeah, Maurice Bishop.
Maurice Bishop.
Yeah, although he didn't say it, but
But you know the Americans also played a part. They would claim in the liberation of Grenada.
right, that's where
So
they landed.
So that's where they landed,
Right.
to restore, government.
But-
So that would be very sensitive.
But
on
I
both
think
sides.
I think it would be foolish. Let's look at it internationally. The Americans don't have to come to, and that's why I said there's a play on fear to Grenada and Venezuela. The Americans have to leave America and come to Grenada to send a missile, if they have to send a missile to Grenada.
Well, what they're asking for in Grenada is to put up devices that they can listen. Are they going to bring troops?
I'm saying to you,
or
the
boats?
Americans,
Or planes?
the world is too advanced. The Americans can stay where they are and see what's happening in North Korea, to see what's happening in South Korea. The Americans can stay where they are. We have seen the Americans, even in the situation in Israel and the Gaza. They didn't have to come to Israel
Or even in Iran.
or in Iran. They didn't have to come to Iran close by or go to Iraq to determine, or to come to the Middle East to determine that we're going to send our troops or send people or send our missiles
Or send aircrafts to
or
bomb.
the aircraft to bomb Venezuela. It's for me saying this. Remember, I said that will never ever happen. That's just a play on fear. And if the Grenada Prime Minister, if he's been spoken to, he is a bright guy, young lawyer,
He has been approached. He said that.
and I think he understands the pulse of the people of Grenada, one, and two, he understands the pulse of the Caribbean. We have a number of Caribbean countries, because we must come to understand that the United States are our friends. They are our friends. The Venezuelans are our friends. I'm talking about the region. I'm not just talking about Dominica. Grenada is a member of CARICOM, and I believe that if they are approached, I would like to believe that they would have discussion with CARICOM on the issue. You might say that they are an independent state, but this is something that eventually, if the Americans go full-fledged, it is something that can affect the Caribbean. So we cannot just sit back and figure out that the Grenada Prime Minister is spoken to, and we in the Caribbean would not speak on the matter. I think Mia Motley has a very loud mouth. I would expect that Mia Motley, I'm not saying that in any negative way, I'm saying that to say that she has been a leader in the region, speaking on issues in a way that the rest of the world can understand. So I can see Mia Motley addressing the issue. I can see Ralph Gonsalves himself addressing the issue, because it's close proximity to them, Grenada. I can see the Trinidad Prime Minister. I can see she herself addressing the issue, although when I evaluate her, I'm not seeing that she's a very strong person in terms of foreign affairs matters. But she would have to come to grips to understand her neighboring country, which is Venezuela, can be threatened by the United States, and it can also affect that of Trinidad and Tobago. So I can see her playing a critical role on the southern part of the Caribbean. I can see her playing a critical role in ensuring that that peace will remain, because the Caribbean has been
A zone of peace.
a tower of peace.
Okay.
I don't want to say a zone of peace. It's a tower of peace.
But controversy in terms of the discussion and what's taking place within the Caribbean, discuss. There are two schools of thought, and one seems to be merging, but there's still a lot of discussion. Is it an attempt for regime change, or is it an attempt really to be jog cartels being taken out
I,
of circulation.
I want us to remember.
There are two schools of thought.
I want us to remember.
Or is it just another excuse
I want us
for
to.
an
I want us to
invasion
remember.
or regime change?
I want us to remember Noriega. Remember Noriega?
Yeah.
Remember what the Americans tried to do? Noriega leading, and they felt that he was a powerful man, been listened to in Central America, and to a certain extent South America. And the Americans felt that they could have labeled Noriega as a drug dealer. And they tried to get him out of power in his country. And we saw what the result was. And I'm saying to you that we also saw, I think on the Bush it was, I'm not so sure if it was on the Trump on the very first time, but I think it was on the Bush Jr. When Maduro was elected president, that the Americans...
You're talking about our friend, you're talking about the former military man, Chavez? No, you're not going
No. I'm talking about Chavez was already dead.
Okay.
And Maduro was elected.
Good.
And the Americans tried to install a president on the Venezuelan people. That did not work. The Venezuelan people did not fall for that. They fought that. And they tried it a second time. So, in terms of change of administration, what the Americans are at is not about change of administration. The Americans are about Caracas and oil. That's what it's about. It's not about just Maduro. Maduro might be the person in place like that of Chavez, preventing the Americans from getting into that fifth oil-rich country of the world. And it is not an easy task because the Venezuelans won't stand idle by. So I think the Americans, with their fear tactics, I don't think the Venezuelans are even bothered or perturbed about the negotiation of the Americans to create that military base in Grenada.
What about Puerto Rico? Because they have moved.
Well, the Americans, remember, the Puerto Ricans are under the Americans.
Right.
So it's a department. Puerto Rico is a department like that of St. Thomas. Remember when they bought St. Thomas is to create a base, a military base. And so Puerto Rico, the Americans can put whatever base that they want. They can put military base, they can put Air Force base, they can put whatever base that they want. Because that's their department. None of us are able to tell the governor of Puerto Rico what to do.
Okay.
But we are in the Caribbean, where in the Caribbean we have a body of people and we call them CARICOM. So I don't think CARICOM would, even if it is a domestic matter, but it is also impeding on the Caribbean, because you are now putting some level of fear and not just fear, but you are also creating an imbalance into the Caribbean by creating that
level of anxiety.
That you're correct.
Right, because very much so. For instance, when you talk about the Caribbean as a zone of peace, and then there's that level of fear and that level of concern, because the Caribbean is concerned. I mean, I'm hearing the discussion every day. I mean, some of us will be afraid to discuss it, but this is very important. You don't forget the Americans have the Monroe Doctrine.
The Monroe Doctrine make it clear for Cuba, not for us in the region.
Well, no, but it has been an extension.
No, what they're trying to do now is to create an extension
of that doctrine,
of that document to extend to the region. Yeah. And I don't think it is fair of the Americans.
The Americans see the Caribbean as their backyard,
No, the Caribbean is not their backyard. Once upon a time, Americans used to say to us that they are the vanguard to the Caribbean to fight against, they said, socialism or communism. That is why they created the Monroe Doctrine for Cuba. But did the Monroe Doctrine document the words that were written ever implemented towards Cuba? No. Is it that the Americans are cowards? I don't know. That's not in my place to say.
But you must remember that the Americans are concerned about, because everybody have their interests. What is the interest? Is it simply because Venezuela has become part of the BRICS? Or is it because Venezuela is driving itself closer to the Soviet Union? Is it that way? Because remember, the Soviet Union sometime last year had practiced some military exercise with the Venezuelans.
But
there,
you have to
in the
understand.
water.
You have to understand that
the Americans are concerned.
you have to understand the BRICS is another economic bloc, and that economic bloc has proven itself to be stronger than that of the G7 economically. I can be challenged, but I'm saying that if you have Brazil, you have Russia, you have India, you have these other oil countries, Saudi Arabia. You know, you have these countries as
and India. India is on the fridge, and these are some of the largest. You have China.
You have China. Yes, I forget China.
You have China, and these countries have the largest populations. China, India, very large populations, right? So Venezuela now with oil, supplying China with oil. Is that a concern that the Americans have? To stop that?
What the Americans can try. You have to look at the viability of every country. Every country has its rights to look as to where it can get its necessary partners in terms of trade. So the Venezuelans are supplying China with oil. We have seen the Russian during the situation of the war, the Russian war. We have seen that the British and the European Union tried their best to see if they could have prevented the movement of trade with oil. Or
right,
energy
right.
into certain countries of Europe, and we saw
the
failure of that,
because they're saying that the oil is the revenue that drives the war.
That right?
The Israeli, no, the Russian, because they're supplying oil.
We have seen
they're going across the embargo.
We have seen, and I'm asking them if they can place an embargo on India. We have seen India now doing business with Russia in the Russian currency.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? In the Russian currency,
Good.
not the US. So the BRICS basically are not using the US as their currency. So here it is. That's why I said that the currency of the BRICS. I'm subject to correction. I can be taken to task for that. I can argue that. But the BRICS, when you see these countries, outside of the fact that they are oil countries, they have huge populations.
Right, but here's the catch. And Donald Trump made it clear that these countries are attacking the U.S. currency for alternative currency. So remember, the U.S. currency is the currency of standard of trade.
So you remember some time ago I said to you, don't be surprised if Donald Trump, some months ago, I said to you, don't be surprised if Donald Trump make a request to join the BRICS. That is the fear, creating the fear of his economy. Because when he came into power, before he came into power, his job was to make America great again.
Great again.
And how would you make America great again? It has to be with their economy. And so we are seeing more and more countries are now doing business outside of the U.S. currency. And by virtue of that, it is now threatening the livelihood of the United States standard of living. We have seen what happened in Canada. Although Canada is a member of the G7, but we have seen what America has done to a partner in trade. And so the Canadians, what they have done, they had to do something to save themselves. the Canadians had to do something to save themselves. So what they have done is to place taxes also on goods and services of the United States.
Right. Because one of the things, and finally, before we move on again, is that one of the things that the United States uses a lot is what is known as what? Sanctions. That is sanctions put you on a heavy sanction that in terms of trading
But
between partners, they put a 50% sanction, drive it up to 100%.
You see, the Americans must get brighter. They must get brighter because now what we have seen is there's no more what is called the traditional traders or traditional partners. Today, countries of the world, by virtue of their independence, by virtue of their policies, their foreign policies, they are within their own right to determine who they do business with. Because what they have seen is the Americans are depleting in their assistance to various countries of the world, to include the Caribbean. If we have to ask the Caribbean leaders as to how much money has the Americans invested in the Caribbean, I can tell you it's not as huge as it used to be before. So they would want to use us as the footstool for protecting not their borders, but protecting their economy. But at the same time, they are placing certain sanctions, or they are placing certain rules, trade rules on us. So why should we be looking for them? And that's why I'm saying that whoever is advising Donald Trump must have a greater understanding of what the world is. Because the world is no longer just America, just England, just not Russia, not just Canada, not just Germany. Today, we are hearing about the Emirates. Today, we're hearing about Saudi Arabia. Today, we're hearing about Morocco. So there are several other countries which we never spoke of before.
In terms of relationships.
Before you used to hear France give this. Before you used to hear Canada gave this. Before you used to hear America gave this. Today, you're hearing about China. You're hearing about Venezuela. In the Caribbean right there. We're hearing about Dubai. We're hearing about Senegal.
Yes, yeah.
We're hearing about the Emirates. So power has India. We always knew of India, and people used to look at India as just providing doctors to the world. So what we have seen now
is a shift.
Global shift.
Economic shift.
Not even a paradigm shift. A global shift, which is greater than that of a paradigm shift. So we have seen a global shift. The mindset of leaders of the region is totally different, because everybody, by virtue of the fact that the world is economic stress, everyone is looking to see who is the partner that they can work with.
Yeah.
And so we have seen China as a country with a large resource, not only of human, but also of economics. We have seen India, not only of human, but technology. You know what I'm saying? We have seen the Soviet Union, not only of human, but intelligence.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Economics. So once upon a time we used to say, Great Britain. Hail Great Britain. Today, Great Britain is talking about economics and the depleting economy.
Let me leave you with this before we shift again.
But that's a nice topic for me.
I know you're hot on that. You must remember that empires decline. We had, first of all, the Roman Empire. There was a decline. We had the British Empire. Britain, you remember the song? Britain rule the waves. Rule Britannia. Britannia will rule the waves.
Yeah, right.
So you've seen great economic powers decline. Are we in a stage now that we are seeing a shift in terms of the American decline? Are we seeing that? Is that really going to happen?
When we look
are
at
going to be new players in terms of global might?
When we look at blocks, right? When you look at blocks, the European bloc has a greater might economically than the United States. The United States has a greater sense of human development. They are involved in a lot of technology. They are very good in marketing. So the Europeans are the ones who would be supplying the G7s. If you remember, in Donald Trump's first reign, he was mad with the United Nations, how much money that the Americans were actually investing
in them, yeah.
in the United Nations, and thus give rise to Putin. And people have to really think well. When Donald Trump said that we have to pull out from the United Nations, Donald Trump, Putin knew exactly what he himself was doing when a member who would have said that we will not ever join the United Nations in our agreement. That is, help me.
Which one?
The war, in the war.
You're talking about Putin himself?
No, Putin and Russia and...
Who's it's not coming to mind, but you'll get it.
I don't know how that's going.
Yeah.
But anyway.
The other players.
Yeah, the other player.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so, Ukraine war? That's it?
War.
Yeah. And so, when we see Donald Trump, and Donald Trump said that
the war would never
give me that opportunity. If I was there, the war would have never happened. He knew why. He knows why. And he said while he was campaigning that the war would end
within 10 days.
Within 10 days
of his coming
into power.
Yeah, it's hot. The topic is hot, so I see you sweating. I see you're excited.
Good evening to you, caller.
The topic.
Let me just say good evening to you, Sir Phil, and the man Adam.
Mm-hmm.
I am very much and highly impressed, with your level of discussion and how you bring out world matters. To me, I have surpassed, even when I listen to BBC commentary early in the early hours of the morning. I don't know what Brains was trying on you, if he was testing you. But even from the local standpoint, and then you move from the Caribbean region, and then you're on the international world affairs. I must, I stay there listening, and I said, listen, it's highly informative. You're on cue. You understand where I'm coming from, and that speaks great for your radio talk show.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? And I like the way you dealt also with the matter when you were dealing with the reconfirmation aspect of it. It is two people, supporters or not, may wish to make a political mileage of it. I like that level of decorum that you exercise, when you on the radio. I will call in a little later to give my two-piece. I know you're not going to agree with me on that because you mentioned a particular Caribbean leader name. Yes, speak good, says a lot of things, but in my opinion...
Are you talking about the female?
Speak the female, the male female, the male female. You understand me? I shouldn't be saying that on your... I don't want to spoil your program. But, and let me just say one thing good about that person. She speaks and says the right thing. It's just that she does not do the right thing and does not speak it with true meaning. In other words, we would say she speaks in forked language or in forked tongues. But she's a great speaker. That is true. Nobody can deny that. My contention with her is lack of apology over our geothermal energy. And you remember when I confronted that person outside Gallery Hotel? And my question is, what is our geothermal energy exploration have to do with you? That you can be telling the opposition to ensure that you spare no effort in preventing the Labour Party administration from exploring geothermal energy. I hope she can recant those kind of things. But your topic, your conversation, comrade, I'm listening, you make my day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And let us be careful about the way we callers. I want us to be very careful because I do not know what you're going to say.
Yes.
So I want us to be very careful
how we make
our comments. We like someone or we don't like someone. Let us still respect
the person's
individual opinion and respect the person's wish or respect the person's sex. Right. So let us do our best to ensure. On the national radio station, we're not here to bash or to get at anybody. We have to talk about the facts, the information,
and present them.
That's why I like to always give the both sides. I don't like to talk about just one side. That's why when we spoke about the issue of Israel and Gaza, I was able to give the both sides to talk about what Hamas did and what was the results of the conflict and so. And so we were talking about that of the United States, and I think that the United States are a good partner of the Caribbean. Let's not go away from that.
Yeah, they've always been
They have always been in support of the Caribbean.
But that doesn't mean to say that even if you are good, that there are certain weaknesses that we notice and certain policy changes which will affect the Caribbean as well. Yeah, because those things will have far-reaching implications for the Caribbean, in terms of the direction that we take, as you said.
Because as we speak, we remember Scope, which was a group from the opposition side of the region in those days. Their language was totally different from the governments of the period, like Tom Adams, Eugenia Charles, Michel, from St. Vincent. So some of the leaders of the region at that time had a different principle and concept of relationship
Right.
and especially the bilateral relationships and the members of Scope, the Ralph Gonzalez, the Tim Hectors, the George Odlums, the Edison James, all of these people who came from Scope, and also to this guy from St. Lucia also, Kenny Anthony,
yeah.
All of these guys had their ways of dealing with issues that are really very relevant for us in the region. And I think today, in today's world, many of the leaders were young people, basically in their early teens, who would have heard comments, who would have seen situations, who would have understood, and maybe would have been saying, boy, give me the opportunity, I would have done it different. And so it's not about just ism, because we have seen isms die, so there's nothing called capitalism, socialism, communism. We have seen these things fall apart, but there are still belief within these people's consciousness of the things that they believe in. So there are still some people who believe in the issues, or not the issues, but believe in the ideology of capitalism. There are still people who believe in the ideology of socialism, and there are still people who believe in the idea of democratic socialism. And so you can't wrong these people today for having this shift.
Right. Well, they say that you shift your paradigms based on time, During the times of the 1960s and 70s, right, you had the move towards greater movement in socialism, in terms of looking at Russia, looking at China. There was a communist ideology with the Cuban Revolution. And that Cuban Revolution stimulated other Caribbean people in terms of the people went to universities, like the Bernard Wilshires. For instance, we have the Para Riveres, the Rosie Douglases. These were considered in the early 60s and 70s and 80s as communists. And so there was you saw what happened in Grenada in terms of Grenada Revolution. So you see ideologies shift with time. Ideology may come back again. So time and periods can cause people to think in different directions. You Soviet Union, I heard Putin say, Russia is not communist. We have elections. We're not communist.
But it's also true when you look at the entire region, going back to the 50s, you would have seen Eric Williams, who himself went and studied and came back, and did well from 56 to 1990.
That's correct.
I think that's up to 1990, thereabouts, subject to correction. And we saw Manley, not Michael
Manley.
Not Michael Manley.
Which one? Bustamante?
No, before Bustamante. In the 50s, there was not Michael Manley. There's another Manley.
Right.
I'm trying to remember his name. I think it's his father.
His father.
When you look at them, Errol Barrow in Barbados.
Barrow, yeah.
These guys were thinkers. They were shakers and movers of things. Via Bird. And you look at these guys.
Leblanc
in Dominica. Leblanc in Dominica. You had that guy in St. Kitts, Bradshaw.
Bradshaw.
You know, Bradshaw himself was a visionary.
Right.
You know, he too moved the scale of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Right.
Anguilla to a certain extent was with them once upon a time.
That's true.
But he Bradshaw was able to help in the development even when they become an associate statehood in 1966, 66, 67.
But hold your thought there. The whole idea of Caribbean, within the Caribbean space, was the idea of what they call a federation.
Yes.
That is because the discourse has been that small island states like Dominica and other countries, which we call the Big Four, they really cannot exist by themselves. So, so what we're thinking of, is to creating a federation, which they felt would more or less be an economic move to solidify that move. And that thought was with Dr. Eric Williams, who felt that the Caribbean needed to be united. But even now, fast forward, countries, I know for instance, are talking about free movement and greater economic relationships. So the whole question is that small island states don't have the population, right, to really exist economically. So by a sort of relationship or kind of federation would drive economic move. That discussion has not really died. I mean, just put it on the back burner for the time being. But Caribbean people are thinking like that. Because realizing that, you know, in terms of manpower, look at Dominica, or manpower. We don't have a manpower, you know, Cecil. So we are always talking about a population of 50, 60,000. Can it really drive an economy?
But listen to this. The guy that I was thinking of is Norman Manley. Norman Manley. He was chief minister in 1955.
That's correct.
In Jamaica to 1959, and then from chief minister he then moved to premier in 1959, and so in 62 I think Jamaica became independent. That was just tickling my mind, so you know.
So you came back.
I can challenge my mind, and so when you look at in 58 when the federation was set up, are you aware that Jamaica under Norman Manley, Trinidad under Eric Williams, and another country, you know, did not make themselves available to the federation, did not make themselves available to be in the elections of the legislative,
body.
in body of the federation. So people have to come to take grips of that. These guys didn't put themselves up, and that's what we as a people should have fought of to make the federation work. But when Eric Williams himself saw what was happening in the federation, remember in the federation you had two Dominicans who went up for elections. Alfred and Libla. Remember they had to apply. They had to apply as a party to be involved in the process. Unfortunately, some other people tried to apply, but they applied late. So people like Frank Barron did not apply. Although he's a very popular politician at the time, Douglas did not apply because they were independent guys.
You're talking about RBD Douglas.
RBD Douglas. No, RBD. We can't say RBD Douglas.
RBD, yeah.
RBD. You know, yes. So these guys were not part of the federation. They were not part of the federation at all. And by virtue of that, Grantley Adams was made the first and the only prime minister of the federation, because he made himself available. And hear that, but the headquarters, the House of Assembly, was in Trinidad. Can you imagine?
That's right.
He did not make himself available. But at the time, economically, Trinidad had the oil. Trinidad had the money. So you had a right. Trinidad felt that they had a right.
Because of their economy.
Because of the economy.
The oil.
Yes. They felt that they had a right. And so the Caribbean itself is a telling story. the Caribbean itself is a telling story when we speak of the whole economic situation, because even the Caribbean itself had its sheer fear of racism. The Caribbean itself had its fair share of racism because Alfred was looking like a white woman. She basically was a white
Felicia
woman.
Alfred, yeah.
Yeah, when she won the election, she was given a ministry, you know. She was given a ministry. But every time she goes to Trinidad, she was laughed at, she was scorned at, she was looked as a little island girl, a little white woman, you know. So even in us in the Caribbean,
We have a we still
what-
have
when we talk about racism, we are at that
we
high
still have
level
a
of
sort of form of prejudice.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So now,
Yeah. So let us get into Libla. But first of all, let us look at the. Well, first of all, I do not know whether you want to go with Baron and see, or you would want to probably look at Libla or the genesis of Libla.
I want us to talk about, because we're still in Lakou, and all what we're doing is Lakou. Eh?
Yeah.
For persons, Lakou is all a long time ago. Things that people will not know or remembered. I want us to look at first the whole process before we get into Libla, Baron. Let's look at bananas.
Bananas, right?
Let's look at bananas.
Hold on. Okay. Along with the development of vanilla, efforts were being made to establish a commercial banana industry in Dominica. In 1931, A.C. Shillingford and Co. began to make shipments of Dominica bananas to the British port of Liverpool. In 1934, the United Fruit Company and the Canadian Banana Company agreed to buy bananas of the Gros Michel variety grown in Dominica. This was only on condition that a producer association would be formed to organize the growing and marketing of bananas,
Which they did.
which they did,
Mhm.
right?
And it was called the Dominica Banana Growers Association.
The Dominica Banana Growers Association was established and was first in the Windward Islands. By the end of 1944, regular fortnight shipment began in the lady boats, and within 3 years, export rose sharply. Then came the war, which brought a halt to the banana trade and upset shipments in the region.
So you're talking about 1945 war,
Yeah,
the Second World War,
the Second World War, 1939, 1945.
1945. Yeah. Right.
The Growers Association remained intact, however, and with the return to peace, attempts were made to revive the industry. The Robusta and Lacatan varieties were quickly established, and there were more resistance to Panama disease. Remember that time. They took over from Gros Michel. The problem of finding a market for the crop remained acute. But then in 1949, proprietary rediscovered Dominica. In June that year, two Englishmen, P.J. Foley and J.D. Barnes, formed Antilles Product Limited with the head office in Dominica.
So that's important. And we're talking about the Lakou. It's important for people to understand, to know that geese was not the only and first. A.C. Shillingford, a Dominican business. Actually, as you said, started the process of selling bananas in Liverpool, England.
England, that's right.
So we have to compliment. So while everybody talking about bananas and geese, let us first compliment A.C. Shillingford. We have to give him a round of applause to see to see the value of the bananas at that time.
That's
from
right.
1941. Way back in 1941, when there was vanilla and there was lime,
And there was,
they saw the need of putting faith in the bananas.
the banana industry. That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, Cecil, here comes our man that we shed some light on as well. How did he, first of all, how did Libla himself get involved in this business?
We have to understand that Libla himself worked for the government. Prior to working for the government, Libla had requested of the British government for some scholarships. And if you realize, I used the word plural, and they never accepted him. He also tried to get a scholarship in Dominica through the government system in Dominica. Didn't get it. but he was working for the government. While working for the government, he decided in 1949, that same year, that Foley and Ban decided that they were going to have bananas or purchase our bananas. And when that happened, the lives of the people in Portsmouth and the North changed drastically. So Libla requested of the government at the time, knowing what the banana industry was doing, to be transferred in Portsmouth Longhouse. And there they accepted to transfer Libla from Vickers, responsible for the Vickers area, to Longhouse in Portsmouth, where he was responsible for, as a fact, he was called the agricultural inspector. That's who he was, agricultural inspector. And he was responsible for areas from Marigot to Dallaford. You know where Dallaford is?
Yes.
Penville. Right. Marigot to Dallaford. And the end of Dominica is called
You're talking about
Capuchin. And Capuchin to Portsmouth. So Libla had that massive area to deal with. And remember, as I said, Foley and Bands, as you said, purchasing Dominica bananas. And so the government at the time needed an experienced, qualified control officer to ensure that much of the crops as possible would meet the minimum standards that were required for export. So here it is, the government has agreed, well, you can say DBGA, Dominica Banana Growers Association, would agree, and I'm sure that the government would have had a hand. But also too, the government wanted to ensure that they had an experienced, qualified control officer, and they saw that in Libla. So at the time, the head of the agricultural department gave, I trying to remember the guy's name, I think it was Louis something, I can't remember, but gave Libla his request and sent him to Portsmouth. And on his arrival to Portsmouth, Libla met with a Gwanja, a big man. Libla met with RBD, Robert Bernard Douglas. At the time, Douglas was the man. He was a businessman, and he had over 500 acres of land at Hampstead Estate.
Yeah.
So that's a big man. 1949. That has to be a big man to have all of that land. And that made him, as the individual, to have been producing the most bananas at that time to DBG. So that has to be a big man.
So Gobuk.
So I believe by virtue of that, in 1948 thereabout, RBD decided that he wanted to run for election because he felt that he was controlling the northern side of Dominica.
Plantocracy.
Yes, he put his name up. But to his surprise, there was another guy from Portsmouth, T.B. Bertrand. In 1948, he ran against Douglas and beat Douglas. Who was T.B. Bertrand? T.B. Bertrand was a pharmacist, if you can call him in those days, but they used to call him joggist.
Yeah.
That's who he was.
Beat him.
And he beat RBD. RBD couldn't understand that. But here is Libla now in Portsmouth. Maybe have his eyes onto politics because of his disappointment by the British government disappointing him so many times applying for scholarship, because Libla wanted to be a doctor. Many persons may not know that. Libla wanted to be a doctor. And by being refused, I think about 6 or 7 times,
Wow.
even by the government, the administration in Dominica.
The administrator.
The administrator. Libla decided, you know what, boy, let me finish that thing, let me stay in my bananas. Let me stay in my agriculture. He had two other brothers, I think, who were also involved in agriculture. I think he had two other brothers who were involved in agriculture. And so, he in Portsmouth. And Libla find himself becoming familiar with the people, because remember, as an instructor,
yes.
agricultural instructor,
he has access.
and he has to see people from Marigot to Dallaford,
yes.
from Dallaford to Capuchin back to Portsmouth.
Well, that's a big area.
It's a big area. So what Mr. did first was to not only familiarize himself with the people, Libla, he found himself understanding who the people were. So where you think you understand where the people are? Where would you understand?
In the bars,
you have to go in the rum shop. So Libla found himself going to one of the big tongue talk shop in Portsmouth. Tongue, you had the name, you know. Talk shop.
That's a place where
all Beth happening.
All Beth.
Man drinking all their Jill. Man drinking all their rum. You know what I'm saying? Man drinking. But that shop was belonging to A. Baron. Or let's say it, Arthur Baron.
Arthur Baron.
And A. Baron or Arthur Baron was the father of Franklin Merrifield Baron. Some of us call him Frank Baron.
Yes.
But he was the father of Frank Baron. But his wife, that is the wife of Mr. A. Baron, she was a widow because he died. Before he died, he willed all of his monies and properties to his son.
Wow.
To his son. And his son, remember, his son was a lawyer. Frank Baron was a lawyer, you know. Frank Baron went to England and became a lawyer. And after he became a lawyer, he didn't stay in England, he came back to Dominica. I'm sure plenty of people do not know that Frank. That's the Lakou. Frank Baron came back to Dominica. But what was great about the Barons, they were not white people.
They were black.
They were not mulattoes.
This was a black fella.
They were black fellas. But then, Douglas wasn't a mulatto. Douglas wasn't a white fella. Douglas was a black guy. But he was a estate owner.
He was an estate owner. He don't have the class.
And you also had Baron now. A Baron and them. See Yokinite. So they had they own Baron owned the Indian River area and also the Bellhall Estate. So here goes Libla in the shops, and man going in the shop where the
landowners are.
Where the landowners are, and where the ordinary people drinking their Jill rum, their shoot rum, you know. He found himself in that same area, making up himself and so on. Now, on the southern side of the interior of Portsmouth, that is Sugarloaf. Sugarloaf Estate. It was owned by another Gwaja. He was an attorney, he was another lawyer. You know who that person was?
Tell us.
It was Clifton Jupini. So those of us wondering, where did the name Clifton Jupini came from? Those of you who went to Clifton Jupini College.
Yes.
He was an attorney.
Also a lawyer.
Also a lawyer in Roseau. He had Sugarloaf Estate. There's a big man there. All right? And so you find in Borough Square, all of those areas there, 1 mile, as I said, there was a lot of talk, and guys go and check their scene. But in in Libla, he was a bright fella. Every Friday and Saturday, Libla would interact with these people. He would go into these places, go to the shops and so on. And man drinking their shoot of rum, man drinking their gill of rum, and Libla there checking them, man. But at the same time, I suspect his eye is been placed
On some area too.
on some political things. So that is why it's important to talk about the bananas. Because as I said to you, the government earlier on wanted to have an expert in their crop. So that's the reason why they push Libla. But Libla maybe himself wanted to be a politician to get at the administrators, so he could understand Portsmouth. So at that time now, the banana industry started to flourish. But when the banana industry started to flourish, by 1951, he stayed 2 years in Portsmouth. They sent Libla to La Plaine. You see, so Libla moving around. So Libla is in Portsmouth. You find that Portsmouth quickly becoming a banana transshipment point, and people in the northern area, people in Portsmouth and so on, Portsmouth, Marigot, you can say Northeast, Capuchin, them areas there, them villages were steaming into what I would call a little Casablanca. You know what Casablanca is?
Oh yeah. The big
money flowing, banana selling.
People have
you know what I'm
money in
saying?
their pocket.
The two Irishmen making us poor
money.
ordinary people make money. But by that time now, the increase of schooners and vessels, you know, had regular ply, which means they were going up and down the water. They're moving, they're making trades in the waters. And it was in the waters of Prince Rupert Bay. I just remember that Prince Rupert Bay plays an important role in that. And you would never believe excursion was happening in that area. That's when you hear people talk about taking boat from Portsmouth to Roseau. That's where they were going. So you find now that at that time there was a greater search now for more products, coconuts and bananas.
Yeah.
And so the schooners and the vessel owners
are making money. They're moving.
Are now making money. So you find that there's a new category now of workers in Portsmouth. Not just Portsmouth, Granville too. A new set of people coming up. And just understand that Lakou, you know. The people in the Lakou now start to sell their bananas, they have their boat, and they out there doing their thing. And so by 1950, now Libla already is in La Plaine. By 1950, you find that the banana carriers, the stevedores, and the lighter operators, they were outnumbered. Yes, they were outnumbered by the banana growers. So the banana growers start to now make their money. They're making money. And that was for me, that just understanding that and understanding Libla's role that he played in that. Libla played some role in that, eh?
A major role.
Major role. That's why when he came back to run elections in 1957, what do you think he chose first? He went back to his Patat area, the Portsmouth, the same area where he was responsible for as the agricultural instructor.
He's going to run.
He's running there. So in 1951, you remember what happened in 1951?
Please tell us.
In 1951, you had adult suffrage.
The right to vote.
The right to vote, but you have to be age 21. Remember, before you had to vote, but that landowners, so Howell Shillingford, that's how Howell Shillingford and those fellas, you know, all those landowners, Douglas, Baron, Henry, what's that Henry guy name in Mao?
Elking Henry.
Elkin Henry, you know. That's why those guys, when you have Howell Shillingford had land, I think from Collio, they
Right,
about
Collio,
Salisbury going on right down to Portsmouth.
Right to Portsmouth.
You know, So you find that the adult suffrage now give people who are age 21 to be able to vote.
But that's very important.
Yes, because
let us
Mhm.
look at that.
mm,
Imagine that you have a country and only the plantocracy controls. Now, at that time, during adult suffrage, were women able to vote now? The question was only men could vote. I do not believe that the women had the right to vote until later. We can always find that out because it's very important. Because to understand how elections are very important and how people must understand where Dominica was and where Dominica is now in terms of more people being able to vote.
someone wants to speak to us on the telephone. Let's see what the person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening. I've been trying to get in contact with the radio station all day, but thank God I get through. I would like to send greetings to my honey boo in Dominica.
Your honey boo?
Yes.
Give it.
Okay, it's Jeffrey Timothy, better known as the Great Choco.
Okay, to this Choco birthday.
No. Today not his birthday. This is his wife sending greetings to him.
Oh,
He's
just
in
say-
Dominica.
okay, just send
So I'm
greetings
just
to him.
Oh, the
sending
Great
greetings
Choco.
to him.
Oh.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
sure you hear
Choco.
that.
Yeah, so you're hearing that.
So you mean only doing a Choco then?
I
Oh,
know
man, that's
Choco.
all.
I
Oh, man, you don't
ran
know
together
Choco.
with Choco.
We
in those
ran
days.
against Choco.
Choco was a long distance runner, I'm a
No,
short
no.
distance runner. So I know Choco.
That's my
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my
his brother
man,
passed
my
this
honey
year.
boo.
Yeah, okay, honey boo.
Yeah, that's my
All right.
honey boo.
All right, thank you very much. All right.
Yeah, so come in, but you have to say my name.
What's your-
Normal Timothy, better known as Marino
All right, Marina.
from Dominica.
All right, Marina, thank you very much. All right.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Choco, I hope that you heard that.
I heard that,
If you didn't
boy.
hear that, someone else will tell you.
She break out
Yeah.
right
Yeah. So now
Yes,
we were saying adult suffrage came in 1951,
That's correct.
election time in the Portsmouth area. 5 partners decide to run.
5?
5 in the Portsmouth area.
Boy.
5. The same T.M. Bertrand, I told
Bertrand.
you, he ran. A guy called Tommy Cottingham.
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 Okay, good.
Cottingham. But he was an Englishman. He was an Englishman who was the manager of banana facilities in Dominica at the Longhouse in Portsmouth. You had another one, Harrison Peter. He was a prominent businessman. You had Franklin Baron, again the son of A.A. Baron, as big man. Tutsase, also the white man in England. Tutsase neg. All right? And you had Earl Leslie. Remember Earl Leslie?
Oh boy, that was a man.
Remember Earl Leslie?
I remember Earl Leslie. You know, he was the only man who went to knock his office door. Earl was something else. Go on, Ceci.
All right, so Earl, as a matter of fact, he referred to himself, people used to call him at that time the barefoot candidate.
Yeah.
So tout le monde se Guamoun.
Me Earl.
Mais Earl c'est un partner qui pas ni pièce soulier.
Happy.
That's 1951.
Nippy.
So Earl made himself available. And I think you know about Earl.
Oh, I know Earl, my boy.
Right.
He was my boy.
And then I must say to you that those guys in the early days had campaign managers. Those times had campaign managers. So you had this white man. His campaign manager was a guy called Eugene Johnson. And Eugene Johnson was a local businessman. I wish somebody could help us to know is that if somebody knows about that Eugene Johnson, I'd be happy if they can tell us that. Frank Barron, all right, his manager was another Guansha, Robert Garraway. Remember Garraway had all that land in Portsmouth too.
Yeah, man, right,
Remember?
up Grange, man. Up in Grange, man.
Yes. So you see, so those guys, had their, and Leonard Green and a sergeant of police, all right, Alfred Richards. all right, he also supported and campaigned for Frank Barron. So Frank Barron, was a big man. Now that election was on October 31st, 1951. That was the date of the election, October 31st. Now at that election, boy, things are happening. In that election, I said that RBD ran that election, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. RBD actually won that election. So Rupert Bernard Douglas prevailed with an overwhelming majority. So that means he didn't lose his deposit. No, the other person who did not, all these people who ran, the other person who did not lose his deposit, guess and tell me who? The barefoot man, Leslie, did not lose his deposit.
Wow.
Frank Barron he loses deposit. The Englishman loses deposit. I mean, everybody else, 3 of them lost their deposit, to include Frank Barron in 1951. But our partner Douglas won that election. Can you imagine? So it don't feel bad when you lose your deposit. You can come back. You can come back. You check.
Big men lose their deposit.
Big men lost their deposit. Now, remember I told you that Leblanc was sent to La Plaine. So Leblanc is in La Plaine now. So La Plaine, Casgori, Cassie Bruce, all of those areas now, Leblanc in there. So there was a partner who ran election in 51 from Cassie Bruce. Ordinary partner. Leblanc had a hand in that. The partner won the election.
What was that?
And the partner, they used to call, his name was called Woodcutter. I remember that much. Woodcutter. I think he was an Alfred. I can't remember the first name, but I think it was an Alfred. But I think it's Stratford. I think it's Stratford Alfred. But it's called him Woodcutter.
Okay.
You ask me when I get my information, my brother. It's important to
read. Do research, yeah.
And do research. And so Alfred won the election in La Plaine and won. And Alfred defeated big men, planters. The man beat big men. The man beat Rupert Green. He beat Rupert Green. A guy they call Gabriel Rodney, he beat him. Another guy they call Ostel James, he was a former school principal, he beat him. And he also beat L.C. Didier. Remember L.C. Didier?
Oh yes, L.C. Didier was a school principal.
Right, and L.C. Didier lost in 51, came back in 54, and came back in 57, and won the election. So don't give up, So L.C. Didier, and he also played an important role when we talk about the Lakou, guys. That is Lakou politics. That's the old-time politics. And so we remember, those of us who are following politics closely, that Didier, as I said, lost in 51, won in 57, won in 54 and 57. And in 1960, there was a situation but before we go to that, I should also remind us that old man Leblanc himself,
Issy
Leblanc, was campaigning for Woodcutter. Because remember, in 45, when the trade union was formed, Issy Leblanc and I'll tell you, Henry Nichols. I think Henry Nichols.
Yeah.
They went all around galvanizing people.
Yeah.
At one time they had some 4,000 members, in that 1945 period. Leblanc wasn't nothing easy. And so LeBlanc helped Woodcutter and
Woodcutter defeated.
and Woodcutter defeated everybody else, because the barefooted man, in the person of Mr. LeBlanc, helped him. He put and Woodcutter was a barefooted man too. Like that of Leslie
in Portsmouth.
in Portsmouth.
Very interesting political history.
Yeah, and so in 1951, LeBlanc sat at the helm of government and tried to work himself through, because he's now still working for government in 1951. And we have to also say that LeBlanc was very productive in Portsmouth while being in Portsmouth.
Okay, of course.
In terms of the industry,
His contribution.
his contribution
to the
and by being so productive, his name became a household name.
Yeah.
And that's why I try to tell people those days, do not just go in politics for the cause of going to politics because you have a degree, you have a this and you have a that. LeBlanc wanted to be a doctor, but he never got a chance to be a doctor. But he found himself caring and loving for the people.
The farmers.
And so his name become
A
a household name, especially among the growers in the north. So when you hear LeBlanc talk, my brother, LeBlanc wasn't easy.
Very
At that time,
interesting.
while he was in La Plaine, I think his second child came, the girl. He had a second child in La Plaine. And yeah, that, while he had that second child in La Plaine, boy, life is a funny thing, Life is a funny thing. Listen to the Lakou. I tell you, while in La Plaine, he had his second child. He had a first child while he was in Portsmouth. His second child came while he was in La Plaine 51. And the child had to christen. And so, who you think that played mouth organ for LeBlanc? Guess.
I don't know.
I can't believe you don't know, man. Guess.
Would RBD be
No,
doing?
man. Not in Port. I'm talking about
Plaine.
La Plaine.
Christian?
Of course. H.L. Christian.
Henkel Christian.
Yeah, Henkel Christian.
He was teaching in La Plaine.
He was the head teacher in La Plaine.
Yeah, that's right.
He was the head teacher in La Plaine. And so, he was used by LeBlanc to entertain the people. All that time, I tell you, LeBlanc must be thinking of going into politics.
Politics. And he have his eye also on Christian.
He have his eye on Christian, but see how he get Christian, See how he get Christian. We'll come to that, how he get Christian. How he happened to get Christian. So in 1951, he and Christian did a lot of things together. They were involved in a lot of
Community
other things.
work.
4-H club,
Cultural activities.
they had the literature club. They
Debating.
were involved in many things. So their friendship grew, became a steady thing. And then LeBlanc stayed in La Plaine for about a year and a little bit. He was sent back to Vickers. He was sent back to Vickers to serve the banana growers in the Northern District. Can you imagine? That's real. So just see how
This evolution.
how LeBlanc life starting to
Evolve.
And so, remember, in 49, the white guys and them purchased. And that same year, they sent LeBlanc to Portsmouth to help the banana farmers. So when LeBlanc went back to Vickers, he applied for a job at the Dominica Banana Growers Association and got that job. And so he got the job representing the Northern District, and that is following the 12 years of banana instructions that he was given to people from the job that he had with the government. So Libra commenced his work, and Libra on the move now. Libra on the move. So, say something. You have to say something, man. Come on.
No, I'm listening attentively.
No, you can say something amidst what we have said so far.
No, I know, for instance, when Leblanc understood the dynamics, because remember, he's also reading, the dynamics of politics is to be able to work with the common man. So being with the farmers, going to educate them in terms of how to, keep their fields clean, how to produce more, how to get more yields of certain crops. He's also interacting with them. So that's a very important aspect of his life in terms of, getting to know the people and the people getting to know him. Because eventually, as you said, his eye is on politics, because obviously he has a vendetta. What is that vendetta? And that vendetta is to be able to control government in terms of saying, well, look, you didn't want me to study medicine, but now I'm going to be in a position where I myself will not only be studying medicine, I'll be in charge of doctors. And not only that, the prime minister, the chief minister at the time. So it's very important.
So Libla now employed at the DGBA, employed with the association, and it coincided with his first step to politics.
Right.
Because remember now, as 53, thereabout.
But sis, whilst fast forwarding, one must draw the parallels in terms of farming and in terms of leadership within the country. We could see also the evolution in terms of making the connection between bananas and the emergence of people into the leadership.
That's correct.
The same can be said of Edison James.
Yes.
Because basically, it was not his stint as the manager of the cricket team. It was his evolution in terms of working in agriculture, in terms of working in the bananas. So the bananas seem to have had a very important role in terms of transitioning people into the leadership role within the Dominican Lakou space.
So in 53, when Libla got that job, no, he's no longer working for government. In 1930, those of us who remember, because I was in community service, I was on the council, so I know that as history. In 1930, Marigot was the first community to have established a committee of community-minded people or minded villagers to establish a council. So we can say in 1940 in Marigot was the start of local government. And so Libla now, bright fella, understand the value of the local government. Libla went and he was on the board of the village council in Vegas. So you had between 1944 and 1949, you had similar boards like that of Marigot. So you had Wesley, you had Vekas, you had Collio, and you had Granby. It's four from between 1944 to 1949. And so we can say by 1948 thereabout, and that's why I think Libla is putting his eye on that. By 1948, you had about 12 local council boards. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Dowie here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead,
So
speak to us. Speak to us, fine.
All right. In what direction are you guys moving now? Tell me about it.
Well, if you're listening, you'd know that we are speaking about the Lakou in reference to politicians, the way that they made themselves, how they became great politicians by giving service to the community. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I can honestly tell you that, as you know, I have been out of Dominica for a while, so I would be able to go back as far as Libla and probably Patrick John, because these are the two that I'm really. I don't like relating to people that I didn't have a invested interest in or didn't know much about. Okay, like Miss, the Madam Prime Minister. I knew her before she was minister. I knew when she was preparing for the elections, but I don't know enough about her character in government as I would have loved to.
You see,
I
caller,
had
we have not arrived there, so I think give us a little chance. We'll arrive there, and then you can call us back because we were talking about the 40s into the 50s.
Oh yeah, well,
You
I
can call
wouldn't
us
be
back.
able to relate.
Yes, yeah, you can call us back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yes.
Stay with us.
Yeah.
You can call
Yeah.
us back.
So yes, Brain. So we saw Libla where he was destined, where he was heading. And so because Libla had this relationship with the farmers, the colonial administration placed him on the board of the Vickers Village Council. So he was. And so that is 4 years before he decided that he's going to be involved in
Electoral
politics. And so Libla moved, he did what he had to do. And I can say to you, following the appointment of 10 Vickers Village Council board, the administrator at the time, who was Lawrence Lindo, went down for the inauguration. Let me tell you how Libla done easy, So the administration, the current administration at the time, put Libla on a board, the village council board, because of his experience. The administrator of local government went down to Vickers to have that inauguration.
Right.
But when they reach to Vickers, Libla as one of the newly nominated members, right, stood at the entrance. So here goes the administrator to do his inaugurational process, and here goes Libla and the other councillors in the entrance of Vickers by the cemetery, decided to have placards and hear what Libla said to the people. No taxation without representation. All of us in the local government always know that story. We hear that story all the time. So Libla stood and other people with a placard. Can you imagine Libla guts? That the administration put you on the council. You have a placard and you're saying to the administrator of the local government that we do not want to have no inauguration. We're saying to you, no taxation without representation. All that time, remember that time he is not the parliamentary representative
for that
area. And maybe they had shabby representation. And because of Libla involvement in this, The Legislative Council at the time ensured that they enacted what is called the Village Council Act in 1954. So in 53 revolt, with his placard, but in 54, the Legislative Council decided that they were going to enact the law. To this present day, we have our local governments. So we have Village Council Act. So at that time, what it did, it provided for the election of 5 council members, and as we have it today, 3 members to be elected, 3 members to be nominated by the minister, by the government. Good evening to you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I would like you to please play that song for me, for my husband.
No, I'm
Please,
sorry,
my
I'm
honeymoon.
sorry, caller. No, not the time for song. If you listen to our program, we're not playing any song. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we
We wish your husband happy birthday already.
Okay, next time.
Thank you, next time. Yes.
No, it's not his birthday.
Oh, no, it's birthday.
I told you it was
Yes, you
his
said that. You
birthday.
said that to me
Next
earlier.
month is his birthday.
All right then, thank you.
You know
Sorry
what?
about it.
When I come for Dominic, when I come for Carnival, I'm going to look for you and I'm going to whoop you behind.
Okay,
in
thank
my
you.
belt.
Thank you. All
Bye
right.
bye.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, very interesting though that he was able to stay at the entrance by the cemetery with his placards and people to demand that there is going to be no representation without taxation, no taxation without representation. So you can't tax us if we are not represented. And to see that a year later, that there has been that change.
And so, yeah, that's great.
That's great.
That was great. So, by virtue of the adult suffrage,
Right.
they decided that people will vote for their candidates.
The candidates, right.
So they had 5 persons to be voted for. So no more 10 people from the administration just giving people who they wish. So
There must be an election.
so there has to be an election.
Very
So
good.
and by virtue of that, 5 people have to be elected by the people, and the government will elect or will nominate 3 people from this time to this present day that still exists.
Right. Very interesting. That's almost more than 70-something years ago, man.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been actually no change.
No change, and Libra continue to be on the board.
Of
Village Council.
the council.
Yes, you know.
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Cecil, as you said, from being a person interacting, educating the farmers, representing people, he now has the trust of the people to represent them as the lead spokesman on that issue of representation on the board of the local government, which is very, 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 very transformative in terms of Libna's social and political activities. One could call him at that time an activist, a political activist.
Yes, that's correct. So you'll find that during that period of 54, the whole process of the federation started.
Okay.
So you can sense where Libra eye is going.
He is strategizing.
So
important.
that process started. And so Libra would have made himself available for elections. I'm sure you know some about it, so you can talk to us.
Right. Well, one of the things I must tell you, Cecil, is that Libra is a very interesting character.
Mm.
First of all, as you pointed out, he having worked in the government, having been denied scholarship, on many occasions he's now focusing on his role as a representative of the people. And so the Federation has not yet begun to involve, but I guess he too is reading, because Libna was reading profusely in the library. He was coming to Roseau and reading all the different newspapers that were in existence at the time, reading books, and then focusing on how best he's going to organize. Because remember, when you are in politics, you must organize and mobilize, what we call mobilization, in terms of going around the country, addressing people on the social issues at the time.
So you see, when we look back and we'll see we'll see something in common, where they say to you the prime minister has the power or the leader has the power.
Mhm. Go ahead.
So in 51 was the first adult suffrage election.
Go ahead.
The second one was in 1954. Again, Frank Barron ran. Again, our guy from Portsmouth, RBD, ran. So RBD again was elected to be the representative on the Legislative Council, and Barron himself also won, but Barron was the de facto leader. He was the de facto leader. But at that time, the king, which was the banana industry, started to reign, started to become powerful. And then they started to look for markets. So that we have been talking about this thing for a long time.
Very market.
You know, started
The
to look for
availability of
markets.
markets.
Yeah. And
Because if you are producing
mhm.
and there are no markets, that means you have no access to finance,
right.
So the markets are available.
And so the banana industry started to do well.
Right.
So ordinary people
Are having money.
are now having money.
And as a result of the change of life, the social interaction changes.
No,
Right.
no. What also happened, and that's the Lakou, that's important to understand the Lakou. That some people who figure out, they were denying at that time Geese just buy the banana industry.
Mhm.
So Geese bought the industry in 54.
That's right.
And in 54 Geese bought the banana industry from the Atlantic Product Limited, the Irish guys. So some people did not believe in the success of the banana industry. They don't think it was going to be successful. So a lot of them left to come to Roseau, and some of them left to go to England. They left to go to England.
When the migration,
Yes.
the migration to England.
Yeah, because at that time the Second World War would have ended.
Right.
So there would have been jobs
Available. Right.
So quite a lot of people in that period, if you remember.
Right, because remember, during the war, many British soldiers would have died.
Mhm.
Many
Right.
persons died, so there was a need for labor in England to help rebuild the industrial base.
Mhm, mhm.
So that gave the opportunity for persons from the Caribbean to migrate
And
to England.
at that time, Leblanc two brothers, right? Leblanc two brothers, I said earlier on. The names are coming to mind.
They migrated to...
They migrated to England.
Right.
Thomas and Gabriel.
Okay.
They both migrated to England. Now, in 1957, again, Leblanc sought a scholarship for the purpose of studying medicine at the University of Edinburgh in England.
Edinburgh University.
In England.
He was denied again.
And he was denied. So ça fait
Leblanc.
fâché.
Yes.
He get vexed, he get mad. And so that allowed him to take toll and decided he was going to go in politics.
He was going to run.
He's going to go into politics.
Very interesting. So you can see the evolution
Mm-hmm.
in terms of he's now ready. That he's now ready, be having made all the necessary contacts,
Mhm.
and I'm sure that he's been encouraged by, he's discussing this with many persons that he's meeting in the highways and byways and in the rum shop. And so they may be telling him, Gaston Koui, it is time for you to run. He would have actually spoken to them about his intention to get into electoral politics.
No. All of that time, Leblanc is still trying to pursue monies to get a scholarship. So the Colonial Development and Welfare Fund in 1957, he requested for funds to go and study. And also in 1958, the seventh time, asking government for a scholarship
And
to
they're not
study,
granting it.
that time to study in Jamaica. and again
Denied.
denied. And someone told him, blame it on the politicians. You know how people like to say to this present day? So you see how this thing's been raining for a long, 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 long time?
Well, not only that, many persons are saying within the political space, and we fast forwarding, that if they don't get opportunities, then you have to blame it on the politicians. Am I right?
That's correct.
So it's not today that was happening.
But hear that, you know. But hear that. At that same time, and people, I must say that, you know, I have to say that, you know.
What?
At that same time of that rejection, Frank Barron was the most powerful member of the legislature in 1957.
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Because he was in government.
Okay.
He was in government. And R.B. Douglas, R.B.D., or R.B. Douglas, Rupert Douglas, was at the time the head of the Dominica Banana Growers Association. And so Barron advised him to favor Daniel Green's son.
Who was that?
Daniel Green was a wealthy, forget Daniel Green, man, a wealthy
Daniel Green,
landowner, man.
the landowner.
Andrew Green.
Andrew Green, the
to
man
give him the scholarship.
Right.
So Barron and
Andrew Green.
Andrew Green.
Become friends. But that Andrew Green is a very important person.
Yes.
We'll talk
Good
about-
evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. DBS.
Yes,
Live?
Yes,
you're live.
that's
You're
right.
live.
Okay, I'm Michael Pecker Libla.
Oh, Michael Pecker Leblanc.
Pecker Leblanc, Silver Fox. The man, my co-host on the other station.
Talk to me.
Yes, brother. Well, one thing I want to mention first is you're left out in all the leaders you're calling, never mentioned. Well, I did not yet. I can't say it. Hobbs Burnham of Guyana. That was a great leader from the Caribbean.
I
Okay.
agree with
We're
you.
listening.
I agree with you.
Yeah, and another thing is about Eoli Blanc is that, well, for many years I was aware of that. I know, well, you can cross-check if I am wrong, that he was one of the first Caribbean leaders that assisted the ANC in South Africa.
You talking about Burnham?
No,
Oh,
Eoli
no.
Blanc.
Eoli Blanc, that's
Eoli
correct.
Blanc.
No, I was about to correct you, tell it's Eoli Blanc.
Eoli Blanc.
Yes,
Eoli
that's
Blanc
correct.
sent money to the ANC in the struggle for black people in South Africa.
That's very important. That's very important.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
He
you
said his
missed that out.
contribution.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was
That's
very
correct.
conscious.
Very, very correct.
Anyway, I'm listening. Good show. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
And all the best.
Yeah,
man.
all right.
But don't forget-
go ahead.
Don't forget, Leblanc himself also attended the Imperial College in Trinidad, which was one of the prominent colleges in terms of agriculture.
That's, yeah.
Very
No.
well.
They gave reason for not giving Libla the scholarship. They said that Libla didn't go to high school. They said Libla did not go to high school, so they couldn't give him that scholarship. Can you imagine? But he was able to help the banana industry at that time. He was able to get the banana farmers to be organized and to develop their riches.
Right.
So, and if you said in 1949 that he was a good person to send to Portsmouth to help develop the farmers, why can't you not give him the opportunity to go and study? Now, in that same year, 1957, what's his name? Alexander Nathaniel Ducre.
Oh, Nat.
Nan.
Or what we call him, well, Nan
Nan.
Ducre,
Yes, Nan.
who became the Minister of Finance.
He was the Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
So Nan Ducre, in that same year, joined the Labour Party. And Nan Ducre had to say the same thing. Nan Ducre said that they told him that he didn't get the scholarship because he did not attend high school. So that is a second quote from another person, Nan. And I don't think Libla accepted that very, very kindly. So we are going through and understanding the steps by steps, the Lakou.
Yes.
The Lakou of which some people, and you can call in people if you think you can contribute, if you think you have some more information than what I can give, because I'm just speaking, so you can help me if you want.
But what should you think? What should you call it? We must not forget the name of his wife. Because you see, to every successful politician,
his
name, the wife's name is Ethel Leblanc.
Let's take a call quickly. Ethel, yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember the Winstons, because remember it was I don't know if it's Gerard or one of the Winstons, that joined up their forces with the Labour Party when they came in around 1957. So the Winstons.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Yes, you can give us some.
I listen. I off you now. I listen.
All right then. Thank you. All right. So Libla in himself, you could sense that he was a radical.
Radical. Very radical.
Not radical in a negative way,
but very, very progressive.
Very progressive, uplifting, and looking for the plight of the ordinary man, for sure. Now, in all of this, Libla had to choose a political party. If you remember, the Dominican Labour Party was formed in 1955, 25th of May. And so,
Philip Shan
Allfrey, who after her, I think, either her uncle,
Mr. Alpine
Ralph Nichols would have been her uncle.
Yes.
Because after Ralph died, because remember Ralph and Emmanuel Leblanc started the trade union movement.
Yeah, that's right.
As I said earlier on, and Ralph would have been the son of Henry Leblanc, of Henry Nichols. Henry Nichols would have been a doctor.
Dr. Nichols.
Yes. And for him to be with a partner that came from Granby, a guy that was working in public works as a contractor doing mason work and so on. How could a son of a doctor join?
Be part of that.
Join Mr. But the fact is that the trade union started in 1945 and they were very much organized. And so, when we look at, as I said, they were on a mission when they set up the union. They would have had, as I said, recruited about 4,000 union members around the country. So
but remember, when you look at the evolution of politicians within the Caribbean space at the time, most of them evolved from trade union movements.
Yes, correct.
And basically, with Leblanc,
Eric Williams came from a trade
unions. Barrow, all these
Barrow
guys
came from
Manley.
Manley,
all these guys
came
from trade union movements.
Yes.
And the trade union movements was a very way of getting into politics.
Mm-hmm.
Because let us just fast forward a bit to make the connection.
Mm-hmm.
Even when you see the evolution of what I call Charles Southern, he himself evolved from the trade union movements because you're representing people.
Patrick John came from the trade union.
Patrick John.
Active came from the trade union.
From the trade union. So the trade union was actually a breeding ground.
That guy, Ralph, but he didn't last long. That Joseph guy.
Anthony Frederick
Joseph. Didn't last long.
Came from the trade union movement.
Right.
So he just didn't make the transition to really being a representative in politics. Zaboka. Louis Benoit.
Yeah.
he was in charge of the port workers,
Right.
and he was able to throw his support first with Patrick John, and then later on moved his support to the Freedom Party. So the trade union movement was actually a breeding ground for the evolution of
And we
politicians
would
at
have
the
seen-
time,
we would
and
ha-
their support is very critical
And we would
in
have
the
seen,
transition
and we would have
of
seen a
political
number.
parties.
We would have seen a number of trade unionists themselves made themselves available to political parties.
That's right.
They would have gone through. I think Lita was one.
Well, no, we can see that even within the current times that we are in, that the unions play a very important role.
Yes.
Because when we look at the evolution of the trade union movement in Dominica, you can see also that the trade union movement was separated, because you had the public service union, which was representing all the unions, but later on there was a move to separate the unions in terms of each entity. Basically, you had the teachers union, still have the public service union, and so I'm even hearing today that there is a move in terms of amalgamating
They have done that. The unions have
the
done
trade
that.
unions.
Yeah, they have done that.
So the trade unions.
There's a congress.
So it's a trade union conquest.
Yes.
So the unions are very vital, and when you look at the Lakou space, many of the poor persons, when they evolve with the barefoot man. The barefoot man represents the emergence of the Dominica Labour Party. So that barefoot man being represented by unions. So the connection is very, very, very important from the Lakou space. So Libla knew actually what he was doing, because with the agricultural workers, they are actually what you would recognize as the peasantry. The peasantry are those persons working on farms, and masons, persons who are servants. We're representing you. You don't have a voice. We want you to get more money, and so on. And that message resonates during the time of Libla in the Lakou space to cause him to emerge as a force to be reckoned with.
And you're right, very, very right. If we go back in time, we would see quite a number of people who have made themselves available outside of leadership, outside of being prime ministers or premiers. Quite a number of these people came from the bowels of the trade union, because the trade union would have understood, the greater value of the working class, because they too were part and parcel of the working class.
Because Patrick John would say from the Libla, taken from the Libla, the nom bot la main.
That's correct.
Nom bot la main pas ni envoi. So nous là pour representer, And even if we look at Jermot Rawlings, he also talk about grassroots people. So the unions are very important. So Libla understood the psychology of that.
And it's important to understand too the value of the Waterfront and Allied Workers Union. They came at a critical time, in 1960, I think thereabouts.
Yes, that's right.
To represent the dock workers.
That's right.
The dock workers had no representation.
Exactly.
People took advantage of them, paid them what they wanted, and they were called nom bod lame.
Yes.
So when you heard nom bod lame, nobody want to be associated with them.
Those guys,
And I must say that people like Zabokal, Louis Binois, because the first president,
yeah,
people had to say that he couldn't read, he couldn't write.
Right.
But the point is he shifted and changed the landscape of the way that people fought at the nom bodlame.
Yes. Very important.
Once upon a time, the bodlame guys used to buy a car every two years. Another time, the bodlame guys had the most ladies.
The nom bodlame.
So the union was able to empower
them
empower the non-Bodlame.
Right. So don't forget, fast forward, the non-Bodlame also were able to even develop their own housing.
That's correct. They have their own housing scheme.
Down there, which is still in
Louis,
existence.
it's called Louisville.
Louisville.
After the name of Louis
Louis
Benoit.
Benoit.
You know what I'm saying?
So they not only transformed their image, but they became the men who had the girls, who had the privilege.
And they were able to create, even within their own space, because of the union, to create the pot compensation fund, where when they retire, that they would be given sums of money
right
from their labor.
From their labor.
It would have been managed by the union. And we have to give the union its due credit for the things that it has done for an uplifting the non-Bodlame. And the Bodlame guys were guys from Newtown, Pottersville, Fonkole. That time Gotha was not existing.
No.
So you had Fonkole, Pottersville,
River Street area.
River Street,
right,
and Newtown.
Newtown.
That's where the Bodlame guys came from.
And most of the guys who worked as stevedores, and they were usually men who slept in, like for instance, we can call his name. There's one we know, for instance, Waddick's father.
Charles.
Right?
Fufu.
We're not.
Oh, you're talking about Joseph.
Yes.
You're talking about Joseph. You're talking about what Joseph is his name again?
Yeah. His name not coming to my mind, but he was considered among Bodlame. So all these fellas, Bobby, and them.
Bobby's father.
Bobby's father.
Yeah.
Right.
Melchior.
Right.
You know, and not only that, they were not just only saying at that time people were not saying Pottersville. Pottersville was too English. It had to be Balauton. Bukisoti Balauton.
Yeah, which means
Charlottesville. That's what they used to say. Charlottesville, Balauton. Fokole. Yeah, that's what they used to say.
When it come out in a form, you know.
Yeah, you come out in a form. Fokole.
So it's very important to understand the structure and the environment in which Libla would have had to emerge to represent, and also the assistance that he got from Emmanuel Loblack.
Right.
To be able to emerge.
So Emmanuel in 1945, along with Ralph Nichols. Well, they were able together to establish the union, the Dominica Trade Union.
Right.
You know?
And not only that, when they established that union, they also were able to get a piece of land to have the trade union hall
in Lakou.
Which I find should be, because when I look at it, the state in which it is, that represents a very important historical entity for us.
So I think what we can do out of this program is to ask the Congress, the Union Congress,
to reestablish
and the central government. Let us not look at the union as an enemy, but let us look at the union as the development of the political organizations of Dominica.
Right.
All right, because Sean Alfred and Nichols and Loblack made the Dominica Trade Union.
Right.
The granddaughter of Dr. Henry, which would have been the niece of Ralph Nichols,
that's right,
would have established the Freedom Party along with Loblack.
Wow, that's
in 68.
That's breaking
October of 68.
Oh, very important. They established the Freedom Party.
Yeah, October of 68.
Okay.
So the Freedom Party would have been again established by another trade unionist in the person of Loblack. So Loblack did not only build
the
Labour Party. When he got vexed and he felt sidelined, he left the Labour Party along with Sean Alfred, and they set up the Freedom Party with Dame Eugenia Charles becoming the first leader of
the
Dominica Freedom Party. And it would be known as we go along. We are going to talk about the DUPP and how the DUPP was formed.
Right, the DUP. But it's very important to note that whilst we're there, because of time as well, that Bernard Nicholas became had a union himself, and he had a union,
Yes.
and he became the overseer of that
Trade
building
union.
that we have
Yeah.
on
On,
Lagon,
on Independent Street.
on Independence Street,
Yes.
there, which is one of the buildings that most politicians, to show your strength, if you do not speak at that venue, it's always a shame for me to see them coming with all these new stages and so on. You want to show yourself in terms of the Lakou as a budding politician or as a you should go to the trade union there on that little veranda where all the great leaders have spoken.
And so that's important. In those days of the 50s and so, that they used the Market Street,
That's right.
Market Square, sorry.
Right.
They used a place in Newtown. They used People's Park,
People's Park.
Pebbles Park. we
Pebbles
say
Park.
People's Pebbles Park,
Yeah.
and they used Lagon
Lagon.
as the stage. Eventually, it just come down to one area in the Roseau area. It come down to Lagon.
Lagon.
And if you did not speak in
In
Lagon,
Lagon, you're nothing.
if your present crop of politicians have
Don't
not
speak
spoken
in
in
Lagon.
Lagon, you're not nothing.
You're nothing. One can say today, you're a rookie.
If you needed to go and see Michael Douglas,
You go there.
if you wanted to see Rosie Douglas,
You go there.
if you wanted to see Eugenia Charles,
You go there.
if you wanted to see Edison James,
You go there.
if you wanted to see Zaboka,
You go there.
and let me tell you,
And there,
there was a school.
if you want to see Charles
If you
Saville,
want to see Charles Savory,
before the revolution of 1979, he spoke there.
right? So there was a school.
That's a school,
Right.
a institution of learning.
That's correct.
In political,
Yeah.
political 101.
As a matter of fact, I was about to say politics 101.
You've got to be
You had
there.
to go to that school in
That's
Lagon.
in Lagon to show yourself.
Right.
Otherwise, you're not in. You cannot be considered.
I wonder if anyone can call us and tell us the life of listening to politics in Lagon.
Yeah, listening to politics in Lago was
I mean,
that was
I remember as a boy growing up in the Lakou, in Fields Lane, there was this politician, and he's the one who caused me to get deep into politics and to analyze politics and to love politics. His name was Edward Scobie. You remember Edward Scobie?
Edward Scobie, an intellectual, Dr. Scobie.
And
He was the man in charge of the Dominica Herald.
and he did not live far away from either of us.
Right,
He lived on Fields Lane.
He was
His door was on Fields Lane, and there was one door on Fields Lane, and there was another door on Great George Street.
he was a good-looking fella. He was about
Red skin, good looking guy,
with white hair,
white hair,
and
Yeah.
he could speak the English
and the
language.
guy could speak that language.
He was
I
great.
remembered one year, it must have been 73 when the Freedom Party was talking about Freedom Street. And the Lakou talking about Freedom Street. When the Freedom Party wanted, Annette Sentinel, I think, was the mayor of
Mayor
Roseau,
Roseau, yes.
and they wanted to change the name of Roseau, or Independence Street,
To Freedom
to
Street.
Freedom Street, because remembered in 68 they changed, or 60 whatever it was, they changed New Street to Kennedy Avenue. So they wanted, after the establishment of 68 of the Freedom Party felt that they wanted the street to be called
Named.
Freedom Street,
and
and I suspect because of the step of your persons could come and express,
Express yourself, yes.
you know. And Libla at the time was Prime Minister, decided defe pala,
Pala.
not there.
Nous pas changer.
Yeah,
But this was the hotbed
that was the hotbed.
of politics. So when you see the evolution in terms of the building, in terms of Libla on understanding, and he spoke many times
Yes,
on that place
many times in Lago.
in Lago.
Patrick spoke many times in Lago.
Oh yes, Mike
Dame
Douglas,
Eugenia Charles spoke many times.
W.S. Stevens,
Yes.
Nandukri.
And what was good about the union step was there was no division about which political party could use it.
That was right.
So all the political parties, the Federation Party, remember the Federation Party in 1970? They used the
They
step.
use it. Papi used it.
Papi used the step. Democratic Labour Party used it.
Time will tell.
Time will tell. May his soul rest in peace.
That's our good friend.
As our good friend Labad
Yeah.
used it.
Used it.
You know?
So all three used it.
Right.
Yeah, very important.
And so the granddaughter of Dr. Henry, or the niece of Ralph Nichols, came to Dominica, that is Shan Alfred, came to Dominica in 1953.
Wow.
And she came with a background of socialism, because she came from the British Labour Party,
That's right.
who at that time were known as a socialist party. And so when she came down, she and Lo Black decided, 2 years later when she came, they decided that they were going to form the Dominica Labour Party, May 25, 1955. So
That's right.
today the Labour Party is 70 years. That must be noted. And so a lot of people looked at Shan and look at Lo Black. Lo Black, a black fella from Grand Bay. Like I said about his uncle, like I said about her uncle, less educated, working with Shan.
Did you remember? And so we must talk about him since we're talking about the Lakou. Lo Black, I heard him speak in Lagon, but his speaking was both in English
and Creole.
And Creole.
This guy loved to do that.
He would start
in English and
then
end
and
the middle. No, not in the middle.
Creole, and then come back to English.
And then come back to English.
Yeah, so he was also he always had his heart when speaking to
And we need to say also too that Lo Black and Nichols fought, as we said, for the barefooted man, but more so, Lo Black fought for the people of Balautong, which is Pottersville today,
yeah.
and the people of Pong,
Pong,
in Kelly Avenue. And you know what? Lo Black eventually lived in Pong. He fought for the people in Pong and Balautong because of their standard of living, and was crying to the legislator or legislators to fix and to get Pong and Balautong in better condition. People still putting tin, no pipe borne water.
Yes.
Their houses are broken down. Their standard of living is poor. So here it is that Nichols and Lo Black fought for these people. Nichols from the rich clan, the rich family, the Nicholses, as we all know them. For persons who wonder who they are, the house that is adjacent on Independence Street, adjacent to the St. Martin School, the St. Martin High School, that house that you see adjacent, and I think Astafans is living there now. Steve Astafans' father is living there now. That is where the Nicholses lived. And they also lived on Virgin Lane, where there's a white and beautiful house. Still there.
By
next to the Letars. It is adjacent to the Letars. So you get the Letars house on Virgin Lane, and the next white house you see is the Nicholses.
And also we need to give them a little better another description. The Nicholses also had property which they sold for the housing scheme in Belleville-Chopin.
In Belleville-Chopin, yes.
There was a big estate.
Yes.
That developed citrus.
So where you see the present housing scheme, which the government of Dominica, the Dominica Labour Party, see how these things work. See how these things are actually working. Look at the link. That the Nicholses started the process of trade unionism. Their family member, nephew, goddaughter, niece, would have been the one who established the Labour Party. And that big estate that they would have had, where the present housing scheme is, which was a few years ago commissioned, came from was purchased from the same Nichols.
Nichols. Very important.
That's very important. That's timely. That's the importance of the Lakou.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's the importance of the Lakou. So people can say where the houses are. Again, Shan Alfred, and that of Ralph Nichols.
Yeah.
They remember they are families.
Yes. Yeah.
Who started the process of labor? Who started the process of the union? The people who are there are actually enjoying the fruits of the Labour Party in that aspect.
Yes.
So it's not politics.
It's the link you can see.
That-
So that's why I draw it in. So it's important to understand that there is that link between parties in terms of when you look at the Lakou, in terms of the grassroots man and the grassroots woman, in terms of the evolution, or where you can see the genesis of the relationship
Right.
of party.
No. Also, too, in that period of 1954, 55, 56, 57, women were not interested in politics.
No.
Women were not interested in politics. So you had Low Black
All free.
and you had All Free. Low Black was not interested in leadership. He was suspicious about that leadership thing. He didn't want leadership. And so the first female, it wasn't Eugenia Charles, the first female to have ran an election as a leader of a party was Shan Alfred. Shan Alfred was the first female leader in Dominica
Of a political party.
with a political party, and that was the Dominica Labour Party. It's not politics we're talking history. We're giving information. And in those days, as we know, before adult suffrage, you had to be a landowner.
To contest.
But they were landowners, but the female didn't have the right to be involved in all of this.
No,
They had to be demanding.
They would have to be on the back burner.
Right, they'd have demanding.
They would have to be a back burner. Although, for instance, women tried, but the first really emerging person would be Phyllis Shan Alfred.
That's correct. Yes. And so now, when she became the leader of the party, she decided that she wanted to recruit men. She wanted to recruit men to be part of the Labour Party for the 57 election. So Shan recruit Nan. She recruited Libla. And she found Nan and Libla to have been two special people. Nan could speak. Nan understand figures. Nan was in business. As a matter of fact, his name is Nicholson Alexander Nathaniel Ducre. So we call him Nan. He's now dead. May his soul rest in peace. The father of Ducre, father of Dexter Ducre, and all of the other Ducres around.
Glenn Ducre.
Glenn Ducre, lawyer.
The lawyer.
Yeah. And so she saw in those guys, promise. And so she decided that she was going to be on the rampage to get new guys. Yes.
Right, very important. But to do that, you must remember the situation in Dominica in terms of the accessibility, in terms of the road network. It's very important because there you're going to see how Libla was able to transform the roads, because basically there was no person couldn't travel by road to La Plaine, even if Libla worked there. You had to pass through Chimay-l'Étang, that's by the lake. So you couldn't actually drive in certain areas in Dominica. So most of this work by the early pioneers of that activity would have to be on horseback,
Yes.
donkey,
Yes.
riding, you know. So it was very, very difficult to
Yeah.
do that transformation.
And,
at the
and,
time.
and Nan as we know him, Nan Ducre, like Baron, he had a vision for Dominica's future. So Nan, whenever you heard him speak, in the public in those days, according to the literature that I read, that Nan would speak quite a lot of Dominica and its future development. And he wanted to be a part of that. And so when Alfred Alfred discovered him, approached him, he agreed that he was going to accept. So you had Nan Ducre, you had Libla, you had Alfred, you also had LCDD. Remember LCDD I said to you that ran in 1954?
Yeah, he was part of that team.
And then ran in 1948 and lost?
And lost, yeah.
Right. So is that same LCDD representing the East District. Then you had Raylan St. Louis. Remember Raylan St. Louis?
Yeah.
Right. He was part of that. You had so I think there was Sean, Ducre, Libla, Didier, Raylan Louis. There was also Edney Prosper.
Right.
Edney Prosper. I think Edney ran for the West Coast. There was Valentine Prosper. There was also Valentine Prosper. He ran against Howell Shillingford in the Northwest District. And as I said earlier on, that Howell Shillingford owned land from St. Joseph way back to Portsmouth.
Yeah, that's correct.
From St. Joseph way back. So that's a Guaja.
That's a big man.
That's a big man. And we know that Howell Shillingford, not Huxley, Howell Shillingford, was a member of the Legislative Council from since 1925.
Wow.
So we are into 1957. It would mean that would be 32 years.
He was there.
He was in the
Legislative
Council. That's
a long period.
That's a long period. So and that at that time in his period, he was the most powerful politician that you could think of.
Right.
He might have land from St. Joseph to Portsmouth. What do you think?
But then it is good to give the young listeners as well. Now, Howell Shillingford lived in the area of Macushri.
Macushri, yes.
In the area where Dane Shillingford is now.
Mm-hmm.
Right in that area.
Right in that area. That's where all of that.
Howell. If you see where
what Howell is his student? His uncle, his granduncle, his grandfather?
His uncle.
His uncle.
Right. So, and he would have his jetty in the area where you see the piece of land. You see where you have the bridge?
Yes.
Where you see, for instance, our good friend from Roseau ran for Roseau. What's his name, you know?
Who's that? Ran for Roseau? Ran in Roseau?
Yeah, he represented Roseau. He has that cinema business.
You know what? Prevost. Norris Prevost.
Norris Prevost lived in that area there where you had the jetty. In that area where Howell used to be moving out of. So basically, that was how they moved into Roseau.
So the Labour Party in 1957 had 8 candidates. At that time, it's only 8 that you could have. You're
allowed to have?
You're allowed to have 8. There's only 8 districts or 8 constituency or 8 seats at that time.
Okay.
And by July 25th, 1957, the Dominican Labour Party had nominated all of its candidates.
All 8?
All 8. Check. And the party was ready to go. But there was the opposition. Do you know that there was a PNM party in Dominica?
What's that?
People National Movement, like that of Trinidad?
No, I'm not aware.
Yeah, there was a party called the
PNM
in Dominica. and it was actually the leader of the
PNM.
PNM. Guess them who it was.
I have no idea.
You don't have no idea? I thought you were a political scholar, man.
Go ahead.
Clifton Jupini. Clifton Jupini was the leader of the PNM party.
And
No.
who was that man? A lawyer?
He was a lawyer.
Okay.
He was a
good.
lawyer. And he wanted to be part of the PNM in Trinidad of Eric Williams. But couldn't have because the Dominican Labour Party had chance to create that relationship with the PNM to be able to be given that power to be part and parcel of the federation.
All right. So he was
So remember, as I said to you, they had to apply.
to the
So they had to apply to the West Indies Federation of Labour Parties.
wow.
So the PNM found itself as part of the West Indies Federation of Labour Parties. Remember I said earlier on that the leader, Eric Williams, did not run, but people in his party would have run.
Yeah.
All right? People in his party would have run. And so Clifton Jupini was the leader. And the party would also include landowners like Lionel Laville.
Yeah.
Lionel Laville.
That's the guy with the big, who had the big estate in the
In the
north.
northeast area,
Northeast area.
Marigot, Kalinago,
Kalina- right.
that area there.
that area.
Yeah, that's where he was a big landowner. And you also had N.A. Jeffers. He was a former teacher of the Dominican Grammar School.
I think he was a principal.
Principal of the Dominican Grammar School.
Mr. Jeffers.
Yeah. And you also had lawyer Lockhart. I trying to
Which one, the one
remember.
with the bald head?
Trying to remember his name. But you had, I think it's R. Lockhart. Someone can help us?
Right.
It's R. Lockhart. And so R. Lockhart was part of
The
Let me-
PNM.
PNM. So let me just no. He was part of the PNM, yes. Let me see if I can if anybody's helping us on the social media.
Yeah.
If anyone would be following us and to be able to give us the name of no one has been able to give me.
Right. So very interesting that there was a PNM
Mhm.
connected to the PNM in Trinidad, and you say that Mr. Who was the leader?
What's that?
Who was the leader of that party?
PNN?
Uh-huh.
I just said Clifton Jupini.
Clifton Dupini,
Yes.
of which the State College at one time
Was named yeah,
after.
after.
Okay, very
yes.
interesting.
Yeah. And so they had, as I said, they had Lionel Laville, they had N.A. Jeffers, they had lawyer Lockhart, they had Archer,
Wow.
they had Archer.
I hope it's
They
not
had-
Victor Archer.
No, it was not Victor, it's H. Archer.
Okay.
And then they had Trotter, J. Trotter, and also George Gabriel. And I suspect George Gabriel would have been the father of the Gabriels. I suspect, I'm not so sure.
Okay.
Someone can help us on that aspect of it. You know, also, outside of that, you had independent candidates.
Who were they?
You had independent candidates like Frank Barron. So Frank was an independent candidate. You had Howell Shillingford. You had J.B. Charles. And you had Robert Douglas. Who was a Guambuk Salah. Big men. Landowner in Portsmouth. Landowner from St. Joseph to Portsmouth.
Right. Landowner.
Landowner in Point Michelle, Wallhouse, Emsall, just name it, J.B. Charles. And you had R.B. Douglas, 500 acres of land in
Hampstead.
Hampstead.
Very interesting.
And then you had these guys. These guys were not, as I would say, these guys were not Let me just. Yes. So these guys were not there together because of political ideology. Just because of their economic power. That's who they were. They had economic power. And so they found themselves as independent candidates. And they decided that they were going to run the elections. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Back again. Michael LeBlanc again.
Yes, sir.
What I want to say is, in all the names you call in there, Mr. Harris from Penville, Honorable Rav Gonzalez's father-in-law. I'm not hearing him mention. I'm not hearing any name mentioned. He was involved in politics. I remember talking to Isilo Black at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to Mr. Isilo Black, who was my father-in-law, mentioning Mr. Harris. That is Ralph Gonzalez's father-in-law, his wife's father. And I not hear you mentioning that at all. It's somewhere in the records. He was a politician in the time of Loblaw.
Well, you're right, but I don't have so much information on Cozy Harris, I think it was.
Yeah, Cozy Harris.
I think it was Cozy Harris. I think Cozy himself played a role in local politics in Dominica. And I'm trying to remember at what period did Cozy Harris played that role, but you are right.
But Isilo Black was in politics before him. My thing is Isilo Black that got him involved in politics or something. Mm-hmm. But I remember Lo Black, talking to me about that.
Just hold on, caller, please. Just hold on a while, please. 1 second. Let us hold on, and just hold on a while. 1 second. And I'll just play. You want to call me back, caller? Because I want to do something important. I'm right
no
now.
problem. Go ahead.
So you can call me back in a while. Okay?
No, I'm listening. No problem. I'm listening.
Thank you. Yes,
okay,
thank you very much. Yes. All right. So let us take a few messages to do something as important. So just 1 second. And we'll come back to the program in a wee while. So just take 2 minutes.
The white cane is commonly accepted as a symbol of blindness, and by virtue of its color, it also works as a means of identification. Show respect to users of the white cane.
A message from the Dominica Association of Persons with Disabilities Incorporated and DBS Radio.
You should know this by now. DBS got the #1 sounds. There is no other, oh no, not in this world. Yeah, man, this is Glenn Washington. DBS are the boss. See?
So you're just cutting down the trees and not planting one back, huh? You don't realize you're affecting our rivers? It's the trees, that protecting them. It's the same rivers providing water to drink, bathe, fish and swim, and even for hydro. Have a heart, man.
The Barracoon building, located on the Roseau Bayfront, is among the last surviving commercial warehouses found in that area. The building was constructed in the 1760s, and it was there that slaves were received and remained for auction. Within its courtyard, slaves were held either to await sale or to be transported to another island.
Acknowledging the tragedy, honoring the victims.
Hey partner, did you realize that to every flush of your toilet, 5 to 7 gallons of water is used? About 1/4 of all domestic water is used up in your toilet, So let me tell you now, flush only when necessary, okay?
Water, waste not, want not.
Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime, anywhere. Everybody beware, and you better prepare.
When a warning is issued for a tropical storm or a hurricane, It means that your area is expected to become affected by strong winds and rain within 24 hours. Now is the time to rush preparation to completion and safeguard your family and your property. Sadira, your local disaster office, and this radio station urge you not to be caught off guard this hurricane season. Be aware and be prepared.
Everybody beware, you better prepare. Disaster can happen anytime, anywhere. Everybody beware, and you better prepare. Disaster can happen anywhere.
You should know this by now. DBS got the number one sounds. There is no other. Oh no, not in this world. Yeah, man. This is Glenn Washington. DBS are the boss. See?
Violence is not worth it. It only puts you and your family in trouble. Stay away from violence.
A message from DBS Radio and the National Cultural Council.
We got to build this nation. That's why I got to build my nation.
88.1.
Yes!
89.5.
This is how we do.
103.1. 103.5. 107.1 FM. Moppin TV Channel 96. Sat Channel 7. www.dbcradio.net. DBS. Yes! The best in sound.
Across the Caribbean, you listen. Across the world, you listen. And at home in the nature isle, you listen. You listen to DBS for unbiased coverage of breaking news, original programs, and so much music. You listen for the information that will change your lives and the humor to brighten your days. So here at DBS Radio, we deliver. We deliver timely news, information to live by, and the everyday interaction that we all so need. These are the things that make DBS Radio the better sounding radio in Dominica. Keep on listening.
Yes, we are back from a small rest, and we were just talking about the guys who were involved in the election of 1957. That's a good information for the Lakou, you know, and it's good history for our young people who are involved in politics and would want to be involved.
Political Science 101.
101, you know, it's important that history is known, because I know quite a lot of people presently, thanks God for our age, do not know of what we are talking about. But as I was saying, that you find that the independent candidates in the persons or in the people of Frank Barron and Howell Shillingford, J.B. Charles, and Douglas, they were not meshing in terms of ideology. They were basically meshing because of their stature, their
plantocracy.
Right.
Landowners.
Right. And when you look at the PNM, they too had a few landowners like Laville, and they had some classical guys, lawyers and so on, and Guajan, Gobug, in that, and you had J.B. Charles and Howell Shillingford at the time. We know that they would have run elections before in the 20s, 1925. They would have run elections, and so they would know the things to say, how to say it, why they should say it, and you'll find that in the campaign, both Douglas and Barron, they were independent candidates, as we know. They had introduced some or call for a resolution, not support, but basically introduce or support a resolution in the council to advocating that the granting of Crown lands to peasant farmers. So you see where they're going? They want the peasants to vote for them. So they're talking about, they're telling the council, the legislative council, to start granting Crown lands to the peasants.
Right.
Reduction, the reduction in the cost of staple. Maybe food was kind of high, so they're talking about it, but they are the owners of the land. They would be the ones producing and selling.
Yeah.
So why would they want to ask the British, to cut it down? And they also were talking about building of roads to the interior. They were calling on building of roads, but you all are plant owners. Why couldn't you all not do that? I try to wonder, and also for provision of school, also to build schools in the rural areas. So they were actually talking about this, and basically they were motivated by their own interest, not necessarily by talking about people. They were just motivated by their own interests, and so we saw that election campaign was a vigorous one, a tough one. You find that the independent candidates and the PNM was telling the voters, do not vote for the Labour Party because they were socialists. The church too, the Catholic Church too, did not give support to the Labour Party. The Catholic Church gave support to the old politicians, the people who were already there.
Okay. So
the church gave support to these guys. So so Elkin Henry and those guys, they would have received the support from the church, and you find that they against Shan Alfred because she came from England with a socialist mentality, and they knew that.
Yeah, they were afraid.
So the church was afraid. The church was afraid, and so the parishioners who went to church, were told, do not vote for these people because they have godless ideology. Can you imagine? And it got the people scared. And here this in Point Michel, one midnight, they said, do not vote for the woman. You check. Nuns and priests actually lamented that. Do not vote for the woman. And so at that election, the Labour Party, I think, won 3 seats. I think the Labour Party won 3 seats. I think it was none. Libla, non-Libla, and somebody else. They won their seats. They won their seats. I think Didier.
4.
No, Didier was on the other. Didier.
Mm-hmm.
3. Yeah, Didier won their seat. Yeah, I want to hear you.
Yeah, very interesting that we still hear this talk in terms of the church and its role in politics, because the church has always had a very important role to play when you're talking about electoral politics, even if it doesn't put it out broad. But you can see also that the church has also taken a line where some persons, we're not calling names because this is not politics, that some persons within the church also clamor for change. So the church has not always been sitting idly by in terms of politics. So the role of the church in the early days of Rosie Douglas would have been afraid, because the whole business of communism was scary, where persons were saying, well, the communists will take your land, they'll take your house. So once you start saying that, knowing Dominicans and the culture,
Mhm.
you can tremble.
Yes.
So the church would be sending out a message, that these sellers are communists.
That's correct.
And so the people themselves would be afraid to put communists into power. So, it's very important in the Lakou standpoint to highlight those factors.
And it's also important to say that even when that campaign was going on, that they said that you cannot give poor people food to share.
You can't
I mean, and at that same time,
yeah.
Leblanc was the secretary.
But that's a very important point.
Leblanc was the secretary of the Banana Growers Association.
Right. Yeah. You
can remember?
You hearing people.
And at that, go ahead. Sorry.
You hearing people say, "Au passage, bon, un homme qui pauvre."
Manger pour c'est pas oui.
C'est pas oui.
Good evening to you, caller.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, this is Sensei Dominica, man.
What's that?
Sensei Dominica.
Okay, talk to me.
Sensei Dominica.
I watching all your messages on
Facebook.
Yeah, go ahead, Sensei.
Brent, you know me, right? I'm Earl Zurfman from Lebanon Lake.
I know, man. Earl Zurfman, Sensei, man.
Lord Caresso's son, man.
I know.
Lord Caresso.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I hear Cecil keep calling, you guys keep calling Duque as Nan. I knew him as N-A-N Duque, That's how we used to debate in SMA.
Yeah.
And now,
well,
I knew him as N-A-N. We didn't call him Nan.
So the locals in Goodwill, where he ran for at one time, we used to call him Nan Ducre, because Nan Ducre has a house in up there in Shop Lane.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so we used to, and he has
my
the
short
in Neon Kyle, where he used to stay also in Lagon, which is now where the blast is. SSO.
Yes.
Right, so we know Nan. We used to call him Nan.
Uh-huh. Yes. Also, I was saying also Elkin Henry. He was a very electrifying speaker for me, in those times.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Elkin. So, I'm following you guys, man.
Thank you.
You guys are doing a very good job, okay? Take care, man.
Sensei.
Yes.
Yeah. We haven't come to Elking, but that's a very interesting one. We will talk about.
And as you're saying that election was so tough in '57 that Libla, as the secretary of the DBGA, by the powers of Douglas, he fired Leblanc. In the midst of all of that, he fired Leblanc. And Leblanc took that letter and brought it to the campaign and showed it to everybody. Showed that letter of dismissal.
Who fired Leblanc?
Douglas, RBD. Dismissed him. Send him a dismissal letter. And what Mr. was able to do was take that letter, and to every campaign that he went to,
he brings the letter.
And that was I was telling. Now, in the campaign of that period, 1957, what Douglas didn't have was the charisma of Leblanc. And Leblanc had another thing above him, was that Leblanc could communicate in Creole to the ordinary man. So Leblanc had that charisma, and he could have communicated in Creole during his campaign. And so it was a must where you had so many people in Dominica, especially in the rural areas, speaking Creole, and they would have listened to him.
Right, because communication is very important. But I find it rather strange, too, that RBD would not be able to communicate in terms of, let's say, what the ordinary man would want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
That's very important, because most of them got some more, I'm not going to vote for that Gobog. I'm not going to vote for that plantocracy.
Mm-hmm.
So he would have had an issue there with people, especially the poor people, who would be looking for things for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? You're a man controlling over 500 acres of land. And so people would begin to shift their paradigms in terms of the way they saw Douglas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're right. And also, too, Lee Blanc in his good old little style would also take his shoot, drink his little shoot on the campaign. That's also important.
Go in the rum shop and have a shoot.
Of course.
Because that's so. It's very important to note that one of the connections, well, not all politicians can do that because some of them don't drink.
Mhm.
But I remember Patrick John, myself, was always taking his little shoot in the liquor rum, in the rum shop, you know.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
so some of them have the ability to do that, you know, and still be able to work within the political space.
And what was nice was that the people of his district, you know what they used to say about him? Cousin moi ka pale. Zafa Anderson ka pale.
Okay, they could identify.
Famille moi. That's what they used to do. So everybody that got in touch with him, he was a cousin, was a family. Or if not, they would say that's Anderson child. So it was able to relate
to
them. He was younger, he has a great charisma, and so, you know, he created a kind of contest that these guys never saw before. Lee Blanc. Yes, go ahead.
But when we look at the life of Lee Blanc in terms of his attitude to politics, one saw him as anti-church at the time, because many persons would see his radical philosophy and ideology in terms of what he believed in. The church wasn't too comfortable with him. Not only that, he was able to make some transformation, radical transformation, in terms of introducing the shajak.
Yes, socialism.
So that shajak was something.
The national shirt.
The national shirt, where
Yes.
he knows, for instance, that he once went to the Carib cinema,
and they asked to put him out.
and he was not. In other words, because when you went to Box and Balcony, and Sensei would know that. Sensei was a man always going to the movies. You know, so when you go to Box and Balcony, you had to go there with your coat and tie. That was the place for the Goan Boog. So you coming there with your shirt jack. Whether you're prime minister, they're going to put you out. Because that doesn't, you know the words, you coming with radical ideas. Right? So shifting his ideology in terms of the way he dressed. In other words, the chief minister would come with a shirt jack in parliament. Can you imagine? That because you can't go to parliament and see guys coming to parliament, even in modern times now, with your jack. Have you ever seen parliament meeting this week? You're going to see men coming inside parliament building in your jack. Parliament meeting this week. So, well, let's go and come
But
inside
not only that, you know, I also understood that there was an activity taking place in Lakou River.
Oh, yes. They put him out.
And they put him out.
You put him.
The band playing and the prime minister, the premier arrived.
He arrived with his shirt jack.
The shirt jack. And then you know what he did? He went to parliament and made this shirt jack the national shirt jack.
National shirt jack.
But someone else went back and removed it.
And removed that.
But I still saw that
You see a fellow with a shirt jack?
I saw Ron Green and Norris Prevost. Whenever they would have gone to parliament, they would have gone to parliament with a shirt jack.
But you know, for instance, right now in parliament, you have to come with your suit.
Yes.
Because I remember, if you would probably, and I'm saying that in modern times, come to parliament under Alex Boyd Knight with a shirt jack, you know what time it would be. So Lee Blanc was really a radical in terms of the ideologies that he presented to the Dominican people.
So we find now that they felt that Lee Blanc was socialist. Lee Blanc and his party were very highly involved in the ideology of socialism. So they were making that pronouncement.
Right.
But Lee Blanc ran against how many people? But his eye was on Douglas, because Douglas was the then representative
for Portsmouth.
For the area, for the district.
District, yeah.
So the night of August 15th, 1957, everybody have their radio. There's Wibs that there's no DBS. So there's Wibs, so everybody tuned to their Wibs radio, and so on. Election in Dominica. Libla beat Douglas. Libla beat Douglas. Libla got 1,404 votes, and Douglas got 1,302 votes. So long time, people winning by 100 votes. Long time. So Libla won Douglas by 102 votes. And so Ducre, as I told you, Ducre won Rosenhoff. We know the Goodwill area and so on. Ducre won there. Baron beat J.B. Charles. Baron's a new breed. I mean, not a new breed like a new breed, but J.B. Charles been running elections since in 1920.
And that's a powerful man.
So yes, but you in this thing for 50 plus years, So Baron won J.B. Charles in Roseau South. The Roseau South over there.
Yeah.
And remember, Baron coming from Portsmouth.
And he ran.
And J.B. Charles have all of that estate land
in Checo.
In the Roseau South.
Right.
But yet still, he lost.
He lost.
Elkin Henry beat Shan Alfred. So Shan did not make it through. And also to Lionel Laville also won in the Northeast. And Didier and Louis in the Eastern Southern District also won. So these were the 8. Now, the Labour Party did well under Shan Alfred, winning free seats. She did well. Now, Lionel, as I told you, came from the PNM.
Yeah.
And the independent guys won their seats.
So what's going to happen? Who's becoming chief minister?
So Lionel and Didier, remember I said Didier won. So Lionel and Didier decided that they were going to support Baron. So Didier told Baron, I will support you, but you have to give me a ministry. Laville won, gave Laville the ministry, but did not give Didier the seat, did not give Didier a ministry. No, see Baron, Baron eventually gave Didier a ministry, not Didier, sorry, Didier a ministry, sorry, but never allowed Didier to travel. He said that Didier didn't have what it takes to go outside there to represent Dominica. Can you imagine? You give the man a seat, the man give you a seat, you're telling him and he cannot
travel.
Cannot travel? Yes.
So what's going to happen?
So Didier and Laville know exactly what they have to do. So at that time, I'll tell you. So by August 24, 1957, Baron had won. But I think what's important I want to state is coming to the 61 election. because in 1960, June of 1960, Barron under pressure, because these two guys who came and joined him were not satisfied. One was given a ministry, wasn't traveling, and another one who said that he wanted to be a minister, was not given a ministry. And so, what do you think happened? They decided to turn the boat, ship the sink.
Rock the boat.
They decided to rock the boat. Now, Libla, when he won, he had to come to Roseau. He now has to be in Roseau. So Libla came to Roseau because he's now on the Legislative Council. He and Ducre were good buddies. And right now, they had to find themselves to learn quick because they are among advanced politicians. So the Barron was already in this thing already. Howell Shillingford was in this thing already. Didier was already in this thing. St. Louis was already in this thing. So he had to, they were seasoned politicians, but they were bright and they had charisma. So they decided that they had to learn fast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that in the political field, you have to learn quickly. Because obviously there are, within the party structure, there might be internal wrangling, but you need to know how to manage that. People are always looking forward to emerge. So there's always the dynamics in terms of shift, either to the left or the right. And you have noticed within our space of politics within our lifetime, how these things operate. So it is very important from the Lakou standpoint for people to understand that when you look at the political history of Dominica from a Lakou point of view, people have always tried to rock the boat one way or the other. And so it's, so you have to be careful how you manage that within the party space. And so within the plantocracy and the emerging people from which I would call the peasantry emerging in the political space under the Labour Party at the time, that would have to be managed.
No. Libla, no, as I said, he is among seasoned politicians. But he found himself challenging Barron. Barron is now the leader. He's in opposition. And he was actually challenging Barron in relation to the Northern District that he represents. So in November of 1957, Libla petitioned Barron to establish a sanitary water supply in the village of Thibault. On November 25, 1957, all right, sitting of the council, he inquired about the installation of lights, of lighting plants in Portsmouth and funding for Vickers Penville Road. So the boy is on a roll. Election just finished.
He's looking for things.
So his first thing is for water supply in Vickers, in Penville, in the
lights
Penville
and roads.
Then he decided he wanted lights and road for Portsmouth and roads for Vickers.
That's good.
He also inquired about the disposal of banana rejects in a fashion which could be beneficial to the growers. So instead of just throwing it, he figure out, let's do something for the growers instead of just throwing the bananas. And so he went on, making representation for these people. He also wanted a cottage hospital to be built in Vickers. Can you imagine the man's vision? A cottage hospital to be built in Vickers to serve the people of Vickers and the surrounding villages. The man wanted that.
Right.
He wanted the street in Portsmouth to be oil, that is to say, paved.
Upgrade.
Portsmouth and Zikak.
But at the time, yeah, surfaced. So very interesting, especially when you look at the life of Leblanc and his emergence into as a political icon within the Dominican political history.
He
very,
is.
very interesting.
He is, And so, when we look at the whole process of the 57 election, you remember I said earlier on that that Leblanc eyes would have been on the Federation.
That's right.
And that guy had to be bold to do that, He resigned. He resigned from the
representative
from representing
his
constituency,
and then turn his eyes to the Federation.
And what they did was that the Dominican Labour Party had to apply for membership of the West Indies Federation of the Labour Party in 1956. That is before they actually ran the election in 57. But they were accepted. Remember, the election was in August. So they were accepted in October of 1957. So that's why he would have made his mind up. So just imagine the thought that they had. The thought that they had was to run the election for the federal government of the Caribbean.
Right.
They applied in 56 and got accepted 2 months after, because August, September, October. 2 months after, in 1957, they were admitted to be an affiliated member of the West Indies Federation of Labour Parties.
Right. But then again, when you look at the whole business of the Federation, and fast forwarding because of time, you notice that the Federation is going to come to an end.
Yes.
Because
they didn't know that it was going to come to an end.
Yes, they didn't know. But when you see what was happening and the way people were behaving, Leblanc would have to come back to Dominica to run.
Yeah, because the party, well, the parties who were part and parcel of the Federation, as you said, it fell apart. In 62. So it started in 58, ended in 62. 4 years.
Well, whilst talking about that Federation, after the decline of the Federation, just fast forwarding a bit, you'd see that they were talking also about the Little Eight. Where they were talking about, well, the Federation failed, but can we begin to look at smaller islands still remaining within an association of a kind of federation? That is another history in itself. But Leblanc would have to come back, run again. Where did he run in 61? Where is he going to run?
Collio. I think he ran in Collio. I think it's Collio he ran.
Collio, yes, you're correct.
He ran in Collio.
Did he win?
Yes, he won.
He won.
He won. He came back and he ran Collio. No, the DUPP at that time in 57, Barron wanted to solidify himself after seeing certain things. He met with 2 members of PAM to draft a constitution. To set up his own party in 57. And so that is where in 57 that they met in 57 to put together a constitution. But 3rd of January 1958, we saw the establishment of the new party, the DUPP.
The Dominican United People's Party.
The Dominican United People's Party.
Headed by Frank
Barron.
Very interesting.
So, and see that, January 8th, as I said, January 3rd of 1958, the People's National Movement approved a draft constitution for the new party. And it was called the Dominica United People's Party. So the PNM actually merged with Baron and the others, and that's when they formed, on January 3rd, 1958, they formed the new party.
Yeah.
They formed the Dominica United People's Party. Anything on that? You would have known.
Yeah, very interesting. And when you follow the political history of Dominica, you'd have noticed that Baron eventually became the chief minister of Dominica. Right? He became the chief minister of Dominica. But he did not survive for a very long time until you saw the emergence of the Dominica Labour Party, headed by Oliver Libla, emerging to defeat them. Because it was from there, I think, was 61.
What's that?
Happened. Was it 61?
62.
62.
When it fell apart.
When it fell apart.
You talking about the Federation?
No, not the Federation.
The
I'm
party?
talking about the emergence of Libla.
Oh, it's 61. 61.
As chief
1961.
minister.
61.
In 1961.
Yes. And so you find that we had to give a little bit of the history of the Federation, where Libla, the party, the Dominican Labour Party, chose Libla and Shan to run the campaign.
Right.
All right? To run the campaign for the federal government.
Very interesting, yeah.
The party actually took Libla and Shan.
All three. Very, very interesting.
And that's why he had to resign to be part of the Legislative Council.
But I want to say something. As chief minister, Libla was focused on infrastructure.
Yes.
Education and national pride. And when we talk about national pride, since we are in the independence period, it's very important to note that he discovered what is known as the cultural activities.
Yes.
Your quadrille, your ballet, your dance, your flute, your morphogon. So he's very instrumental in driving Dominica towards its cultural identity.
That's correct.
And so during the time of independence, we must never forget that in terms of Dominicans being proud of its culture. So that's a very important aspect of Libla's.
And in that thing, as you're saying that, it is written that Libla at that time found himself, doing dances, especially the quadrille. In vehicles, the people would come to his home, right. and you had guys from various parts of the constituency.
Right.
You had guys from Penville, you had guys from Coton, who actually came and they were part and parcel of the whole cultural movement with Libla.
And don't forget, also in that cultural period, Libla wrote a number of poems. Yeah, so he was also a writer.
Yes, he was a writer.
In terms of thing. And during that time, he was able to get people like W. Pond and also Mr. Israel, the national pledge, right? The national song, that is, or anthem. Libla played a very important role in that aspect of, the Dominica identity. And as you said, his contribution to organization in Africa, he was very much involved in the whole, the African, the national pride, your way, your duet, all this business you see women with their warp duet, and so Libla was very instrumental in that.
And so the process after the DUPP was formed, they were short-lived.
They're very short-lived.
Because the Labour Party under Libla in 61 came in, they won in 66. Libla then requested for associated statehood in 1st of March 1967.
Yes.
He received that.
Yeah.
On the verge of creating a new Dominica.
A new Dominica, yes.
And in creating that new Dominica, the Freedom Party in 68, October 1, was established again, as I said earlier on, by Shan and and Low Black.
Yes, that's right.
And during that period, you saw that Libla was under immense pressure.
But let me just read something for you. During the early 1960s, he was focused on infrastructural development as much of the island was still unconnected by roads, But the colonial administrator refused to pay to build any major road as they claimed not to have the funds. Although they would build feeder roads. So when you look at some of the major roads, like for instance, Shime Vive Liton.
Shime Vive Auvent.
Right, Auvent.
Shime Vive Auvent.
Oui.
Mm-hmm.
So Libla was very instrumental in transforming the road networks in Dominica.
And even during that period, the Port Michel Road, remember, Sufred Scott said, was cut off. To get to Roseau, that is boat. So in Libla days, they would have established roads. Road network was a big thing for Libla and his administration.
Very big.
You know? So Libla would have established roads, houses.
Housing.
No, housing was a big thing for him too.
For him, yeah.
Although Baron, with all fairness to Baron, Baron himself had a number of projects.
Right.
Baron did a number of projects.
For instance,
he had new housing areas, such as Goodwill and Fonkole.
Yeah, they're still there.
So they are still there.
Yeah,
so Baron had houses in Fonkole, and he built houses in Fonkole and Goodwill. He developed the hourly rates for people in his time for daily paid workers, and he tried in 1959 to get some 10,000 Bajans to come to Dominica to help boost our agriculture. He tried that. A lot of Crown land was made available to small farmers under Baron. So Baron in himself did some work.
Yeah, that's true, because when you go by at the back of the Pentecostal church in Goodwill, you can see some of these houses are still there. And some of the people are now adjusting them. But they have survived. Quite, they were very strong houses. You also see some at the back of the public works. These are the Baron houses. When you go to the public works area, all the houses there.
Yes, I know.
That's Baron.
Yeah. And Rolls is
not Rolls.
No, by the school. You see, the school, the good. What was the name of this?
That's Rolls Lane.
Rolls Lane.
But
those houses, they're not Baron's own.
Yes.
Right. That's what I'm telling you.
That's
at the back on the side of the by the small cube.
Right.
And place that's Baron's
houses.
Yeah, that's long ago.
And when you go across by the public works where they have the
Crescent
Shillingford Crescent.
Yeah, Shillingford Crescent.
That's Baron's.
That's Baron's own. Yeah, for sure.
So he did.
And housing scheme in Fonkole, the place that they call housing scheme in Fonkole.
Yes.
That is Baron's working. So Baron did play his part. Let us not say he didn't.
Yeah, he played.
But as we said, he was under tremendous pressure from two of his colleagues who came in from the PNM, the People National Movement Party, and they were not satisfied with Baron, and so they were very instrumental in bringing the downfall of Baron and Libla winning in 1961.
Very interesting.
You know?
But he made a very, when you look at Baron himself, the history has it that when he lost, he took a microphone. Dominicans had never seen that before. And he went up to the Mon by the cross. And he made a speech. And he said, when I return, I'll be coming back like Samson.
And he never returned.
People stayed below, because when you stay on the Mon and you speak, the whole of Roseau can hear you.
Yes,
so he came down and told the people, all you got rid of me for the blanc. But when I run again and I come back, I'll be coming back like Samson. I will take my revenge on all the boy. He said that people got scared of, and Libra was able to use that. You hear the man? He's talking about coming back like Samson. Seems about Baron.
So when we became, before that, let me just, for persons who may not know the face of Baron, that's a young Baron. That's a young Baron for persons on social media. That's a young Franklin Andrew Merrifield Baron. That is who he is. And for people who may not know much about Libla, this is who Libla is. Young face of Edward Oliver Libla of Vickers. So Frank Baron from Portsmouth.
Okay.
And
Libla from Vickers.
And Libla from Vickers. Libla a little bit higher color complexion than that of Baron. But they both came from the northeast of Dominica. And when Libla when we became an associate statehood, this was the flag that was used, the flag of Dominica as an associate state of Great Britain.
Okay.
So that you can see that flag. That's the flag. What we call it? The something. There's a name.
There's a name that's not coming to me.
It's starts with G.
That flag, I know, it still had some of the British.
Yes, it's that of the British. It had the coat of arms on it.
On it, yeah.
Oh my God, how could I forget that name? Oh my God, those things do happen. So someone can help us. When we were under the Queen visited Dominica.
Yeah. Well, we remember the Queen. Britain was responsible for our security.
Yeah. So in 1985, the Queen also came to Dominica. She and Prince Philip. Today he's king. So King Philip today. So they came on the 25th of October, 1985. A time like now, they were in Dominica. That's the Queen, and I can show you a picture of the Queen and the then President of Dominica. That is Mr. Sorrento. Mr. Sorrento, the President then, and the Queen in Dominica. Yes.
Right, but let me just tell, the Libna government mandated a primary school education for local children and constructed the Dominica Grammar School.
Okay, sorry.
Which included a technical training program.
So we'll take that again. Someone will take that again. Sorry about that. I got the answer. Thanks, Daryl Tit. He said it's the Union Jack. Yes, the Union Jack.
The Union Jack. Okay.
Yes, that's what it is. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Let me just tell you.
Yes.
The Libla government mandated a primary school education for local children and constructed the Dominica Grammar School, which included a technical training program, the Portsmouth Secondary School, and the Clifton Dupiny Technical College.
So yes, I just want to thank Daryl very much.
Very much.
I said Philip was the king. That's what I said.
He was
the prince. I'm sorry. He was that's what I think he was. Right. So if that's what I said, I think he was the prince.
And
in 1985. Yeah, that's what he was, the prince. If I said king,
he was the prince.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
Prince Philip. Right. Let me just read that one again. He established a National Provident Fund.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Right.
And now we have the Social Security.
So under who?
This under the Social Security?
The National Provident Fund.
Libla.
Under Libla.
Under Libla.
But there was a guy, was it this guy, when we had it down by the old market, that National Provident Fund, which later became the Social Security.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, the National Provident Fund, I remembered as a boy, was where Jolly's building. Where Jolly's building is upstairs of where the Jolly's on King George V Street.
And we must give Libla for that, because basically with the advent of the Social Security, many persons, National Provident Fund and now Social Security, would have left work without a form of insurance.
So anybody who would have worked from 1976 And they were under the National Provident Fund. They would have gotten their money.
They would have gotten their money.
They would have gotten their money under the Social Security. That was very important.
Very important.
I just wanted to tell the writer of that they said to me that I was told, where is it? That it is not 1984, it was 1994. But I'm having a document that says the Queen Elizabeth II visited Dominica. No, it didn't say visit, it said Queen Elizabeth II, Dominica, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, the 25th day of October 1985. That's what it said. So if the correction is 94, I'm willing to take it, but I'm not saying from a documentary that I'm reading
on the Queen? Which
on the screen, so I can allow people to see it, so they would know what I'm talking about. All right.
Right.
So that picture here. So I'm not so sure. That's why I don't like to give years when I'm not sure. But I can tell you that's what I have. Because someone says that the first picture with the Queen was taken in 1966. The second picture was in 1985. Okay. That's what I said in reference to 1985. So I don't know. So someone can help me to have a greater understanding. But I'm just saying what I got there. It says that it's 1985, October 25th. Yes, so you're saying that...
Right, I'm saying that he also provided the National Provident Fund to provide provision, funded affordable housing in Kinfield, and helped to revitalize the village councils. So Leblanc was very instrumental in that, the village councils.
Remember what he did in 19 when he left in 1953, when he left 1954, when he left the government and worked for the DBGA. He was nominated by the council, by the state, to be a representative, a nominee on the council, and you would have seen and heard what he did, and by virtue of that, he would have had no other choice when he became premier to encourage local government.
Right. It's also very important to note that during the time you went to primary school or to the high schools in Dominica, you were not allowed to speak the Patois language.
Yes.
And Leblanc ensured that Patois, or the Creole language, should be spoken everywhere. And now I even notice that they're talking about a syllabus right now in schools for the Creole language. And I know that your good friend, Felix Henderson, was one of the proponents of Creole. I know you yourself, your radio station, has also been involved in the spelling business of Creole. So Creole...
No, the government of Dominica. Is involved in the spelling bee. DBS Radio has a program, which will be this Friday coming, where students will be talking about Creole or talking on issues or a subject in Creole. And we also have our Creole program. We are thinking of even having a Creole program in the night just now.
Right. So it's very important to note that the evolution of Creole in schools, the Creole language, although you have had Felix Henderson and others like them, but Leblanc was very instrumental in having Creole, because normally you have your court.
Someone wants to speak to us quickly. Well, let's take another 15 minutes. Good evening to you, caller.
Hey, good night, Cecil.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good night, Mr.
Ronnie, you like to call after 11 and when we were about to close down.
Yeah, go ahead.
But sorry about the
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry about the timing, man. I usually checking the timing. But anyway, Mr. Cecil, I just want to tell you I really appreciate your history. And I've been saying that for like a while now, like the people that started the whole work. Look, I didn't even know he was helping Africa.
Yes,
Mr. Leblanc. So this is what I'm saying. The history is something is not just for one day. When independence coming, we have to keep that as a year-round symbol. Even when the visitors come there, sometimes even our black visitors don't really check that, but the intelligent white people, when they came here, they want to know all about those things. And we don't even have a good photographs of these people like Mr. Lebler, who do such a good work in the independent and our culture, like you said, the Majas, the African West. So this is something I think you, Mr. Cecil, as a pioneer, should talk about, and I think you should act on it at least. Put up a photograph of this man. I mean, the children that born 10, 20 years ago don't know who is Lebler, because he's not somebody we really speak about. And these are some of the things we have to blend in with our independent. And like I said, it's not just when the independent, it's supposed to be a year-round thing, because you have visitors coming here year-round, cruise ships, people from Guadeloupe and Martinique, and all those things are what they're looking for. They don't just come to party and drink. There are people that come to do documentary of the Caribbean, and they do all those things. So, and I've been telling Wadix and them that, I've been telling them, look at a big spot between DBS there. That's where all the tourists goes up and down to the gardens. That's the main avenue, right on by the library there. It don't take much to put up a billboard there with these people, because there's where all the tourists passing in. Clean there up still. I don't know the plans there for there, but you clean there up, you put a stopover washroom and somebody to give a little education. These are what we have to do, It's not just the big noise, big noise, Everybody will come for the noise, and I mean, history is very important. If you don't have history, like a lost people, because a lot of things are here in there. It was new to me, Good night, sir.
Good night. One of the things that I want to see that we need to get involved with, we must have, like in Jamaica, a Heroes Park. In some of the countries, when you travel around the world, and Cecil, you have done some traveling, there is a park where you have your national heroes. So you could have people who make tremendous in music, in the culture, in the politics. So you could have a park where people can see your heroes. I know in England you have been to Madame Tussauds. Have you been to
any person who
no, I just
would
wanted
have
to ask
visited
you.
would have definitely go to Madame Tussauds to see all of the clay-made man.
The men or something. So what I noticed, something like I see that they did in terms of putting the neck on the boss. So we need to get our students and our visitors to appreciate the contribution that certain of our persons have made in the field of culture. But there is a mark. We have the Edward Oliver Libner Highway, stretching from Portsmouth right down to Roseau. So that road is named after the great icon Edward Oliver Libner. So that's
and Libner was so conscious that there was an act that he passed in November of 1966. He proposed amendments to the act of the income tax legislation, which specifically increased taxes to be paid by foreigners.
Okay.
So he was so conscious about us that the foreigners would have paid a higher amount in taxes. The non-British, non-residents would pay 47%, 47.5%. I think there was an alien. Daryl can maybe help me. An alien something tax where I'm trying to remember a tax that Libla, not a tax, but something that Libla would established, where the lands of Dominica in those days would not be sold to the Caucasian people. I'm trying to remember the name.
Right. One of the things that Libna did, he said, let us always be nationalistic.
Mm-hmm.
Although we want to he said that Dominica must always be proud of its heritage and must not give up all its land. In other words, he would say, "Pa quitte yo Port Dominique hodnu."
Mm-hmm. No, was it Libla who?
He didn't write the song, but that was the sentiment.
Was it Libla who did the? Yeah, so Daryl has assisted me. It's called the Alien Land holding license.
License, yes.
Yeah, that's a tax where foreigners would not have been able to purchase
right
our land.
Land.
You know.
So that's why the aspect of it.
Mhm.
But very important, because Libla is saying that if you give away all your lands, then you will not be in control of your destiny.
And that is why up to today you find that at least 90% of business in Dominica are owned by Dominicans.
And he also made it clear that no hotels or private properties should put the beach
or own the beach.
The beach
like
must
that of
belong,
other countries of the region.
Like you, even if you're building a hotel,
yeah, the beach belongs to the people.
The beach belongs to the people, because in certain countries, for instance, you had Gabi.
Yes.
Talking
the beach
about
is mine.
The beach is mine. Don't let them take the beach.
Mm-hmm.
So it's now, one of the things that he did was the aspect of Dominican history. That was a book that Libla commissioned. So that book is out there. People can read it. Aspects of Dominican history. It's not only the Dominica story. Libla had commissioned. Now, the short stories was Libla who brought this during the National Day.
Yes.
So people write their short stories, their poems, which is still going on in Dominica at this time. All right, so his contribution to the culture.
And one of the things in terms of his contribution to the culture is the Wop Duet. And at the time, a lot of people didn't understand what Libla was doing. And people would have said that, don't wear this is country bookie thing. And we saw years later, just a decade later, when Libla left, exact a decade after Libla left, we would have seen the administration, the government, establishing things like Journée Creole, Jou Creole,
Magic Creole,
what do you call that, Kudme thing? Community of Service.
Community of Service.
And Libla was the father of all of these things.
All of those things.
Libla wanted us to wear our madras and the business places.
Right.
And today we are seeing the month of October is established as Creole Month.
And one of the things he did again was local government.
Local government.
On our good friend
Sylvester.
Sylvester
was the first officer given
that.
commission, local government commissioner.
Right. And it must be noted that Libla also funded the Souffle Mutai chorale.
Oh yes, yeah.
And the Souffle Mutai is responsible.
There are some great songs.
Great songs, man.
Yeah. Pakite yo podomnik no.
So that's why I highlighted Pakite yo podomnik, which is one of the great songs that they produced. This was echoing the sentiment of Libla. Very important. So so when we look at these pioneers in terms of Dominica history, not only from a political standpoint,
he established DBS Radio. He established the 8 Bank. The 8 Bank together with DBS Radio, same day. So a lot of people do not know that. Patrick John would have gotten the port, but it was through his works that the work of the port actually began.
Okay.
So
so the contribution is tremendous. And
roads,
the roads,
schools,
infrastructure, healthcare, all those things are very important. From Baron himself played his part.
Oh yes.
Libla played her part.
Douglas RBD played his part.
So it's very important to note. But he was very significant in Dominica's transformation in terms of its cultural identity.
Maybe next Sunday, I would like to dedicate this rest of the Sundays for our Dominica thing. So maybe next week, because I wanted to deal with Dominica and independence.
Oh yes,
we can.
How we get into
independence. How the process
and the process of independence.
And if I can get OG, and if I can get, because they were part OG and I'll call them this week OG and this guy Bowers.
Eden Bowers.
If I can get them to speak to them on that night, to give us what went through their minds of independence, because we all who have been following the process of independence, Dominica had to be given independence in the year 1977.
That's right.
But we got it a year later.
A year later.
Very
important. And so when we're looking at those movements, it's very important to understand the role that was played in terms of Dominica attaining independence. Were you there?
What's that?
I asked you a
You're
question.
asking if I was there?
Were you there? Say so.
I was at the Windsor Park. My adopted father, Philip Mann, Stowstay, and the others built the stage. I was there.
All right.
I saw when the flag of the British went down and the flag of Dominica went up. I may not have had a big understanding as to what was actually happening, but I was there.
You were there on that night?
I was there on that night 47 years ago.
And you remember Princess Margaret?
Yes, I remember that green car that brought her through. A green escort, Ford Escort. I remember that Ford Escort.
That brought her in.
That brought her in. And we had this pavilion where the president broadcasting boofies.
That's right.
That's where the pavilion was. And when she came in there before the police and that siren song, and remembered that big stage with an upstairs, and you had Parliament. The first Parliament actually took place there, the night of the morning of the 3rd of November.
So maybe next week we would probably see how we would have our headlines, how we got independence.
Yes.
That would be the headlines.
Yes.
For our next show,
yes,
which we'll do Sunday,
yes,
would be very important, how we got our independence.
So I'll try to get Bowers, Eden Bowers, and O.G. Serafin to see if we can call them at different times.
Right.
To help give us some information of how we were able to get independence.
Right.
Your last words.
Well, tonight was very interesting. We began with the international or local movement. Then we went into really deep analysis of the world events and what's happening. And I would ask listeners to also pay attention to what's going on around us. And to go on to the Blanc was very inspiring as well. And next week we look forward to the topic, how we got
independence. Just want to say to you, thank you very much for a beautiful show tonight. I think quite a number of people would have gotten good information tonight. There's someone who just said that was interesting. I'm glad you started with I'm not so sure what the person wanted to say there. Beginning. And he really evolved and interacted with the people. Maybe the person wanted to put Libla. I think rather I know it's already gone. Anyway, tonight was a very good night. I'm very happy that quite a number of people would have stayed on board with us and to listen. Our job is in the Lakou is to inform people and educate, because the Lakou is involved in all of this. Because when you go back way back as to 1949, every one of us at that period lived in the Lakou.
Lakou, yeah. I also want to say so, just a passer. Are you looking forward to the West Indies making India bat again?
How much India scored again? I just want to ask you.
500 and something for 5.
How much India scored again?
546, I think. About.
For 5, declared?
Declared.
How much West Indies scored?
West Indies scored 240 something, I think.
Yes,
and they're batting. And they're batting at 177 for 2. With one of the guys on 80 something. And the other one on 60 something. So you believe that we are 92 runs behind? Afanas got out and Chandrapal.
Okay, so much Afanas made?
Afanas made 9, I think.
Okay.
And the Chandrapal made about 30.
Okay.
So now the other guys have a partnership of over 100 going.
Okay.
So are we looking forward to India batting again?
So how much we scored the first innings?
240 something, and we're now 177 for 2.
That is 400 runs already?
So 400 and something runs. We're still 92 runs away.
So 92 runs away.
At least to allow India to bat.
I wish us good luck.
So you can. I mean, you're not enthusiastic, man.
I said I wish us good luck. And I think Afanas has to really take the game serious. The game is too serious for him to be outing so easily.
But that's your comment.
The first innings?
Yes.
I think Afanas has to. I would like to ask Beno to take Afanas in his nets.
Right. Remember, Afanas is already 28 years old, eh?
I don't care the age.
Right. So he must really look. He must really look. But again, one can comment on
You
that.
see that young Indian opener?
You're talking about Jaswal?
Yes.
Yeah, well, Jaswal played the under-19 with
Afanas. And see what he's doing.
170 something.
Yeah, see what he's doing.
Well, he's exposed to more cricket.
That's not about exposed to more cricket. Take cricket serious. That's about it.
Applying yourself.
You have to apply yourself.
So you think I'm making an excuse for Afanas?
So you think that Vivian Richard had more cricket than the guys in England and the guys in Australia?
But yeah, one can argue that he went to England.
He went to England to acclimatize himself to the England condition. But Australia, did he go to Australia? Did he go to Pakistan?
No, he didn't.
Did he go to India?
He didn't.
Right. So I'm saying, I'm asking Benno
to take Afanas
under your wings.
Under your wings. Okay. Well,
because
fair enough.
I think we need as a people to put more pressure on Afanas to make him understand the pride. And I think what West Indians or what the West Indies team must come to understand, or what they must do, is to take the liberation philosophy and put it in as a ban in their on the risk.
To understand that they're paying for it.
So when you go and bat, you're batting for me and many other Caribbean people.
I leave that thought.
So take out the fact that you're from St. Kitts, you're from Dominica, you're from Trinidad. Put that yellow, green, and red banner like that of Vivian Richard and go on bat with a purpose. And that's what we're not doing. We're too friendly in the game.
Right. Well, I must say Lara went into the dressing room and spoke to them about Caribbean cricket and pride, fight.
So people talk about the dropping of Afanas. I mean, come on, Afanas. You need to do better. Thank you.
Good night, sis.
Good night, and have a good night, everybody. Wherever you are at this time, I just want to say thank you for staying tuned with the nation station, DBS Radio. We are here doing it for you, and I'm happy that tonight was another night where we were able to give you much more information. Again, next week, we'll be talking about independence, how we got our independence. Next week, Sunday nights. Thank you. God bless us and have a good night.
By conventional counseling, but by what this woman calls a journey.
Mum passed away suddenly, so that was a hell of a thing. And then my ex, I had a 17 and a half year relationship.